Hi, everyone. Welcome to Office Hours, the Saturday edition. If you're watching in YouTube and you see a little link down there, you can actually jump in and ask questions here in Zoom. If you are here as an attendee, and this is one of your first times, you're probably wondering how you become part of the panel. You may think that you know more than us, and you might. So we'd love to have you if you think you do and you'd like to be part of the conversation. Please jump in. We open the doors at 6. From 6 to 6:40, I can't promise anything. We're just discussing things. It's kind of a meandering conversation at the very beginning. Between 6:30 and 6:40, we put out the Discord link. Discord is where we chat between all of these shows. There's over 700 of us there. And then at 6:40, we do mic checks. So we make sure that everyone looks good and sounds good and is ready for the show. Once we start mic checks, we won't bring more people in, at least until some specific break. So for instance, today, between 8:45 and 9 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, we will bring people in if you want to be part of the education conversation. But normally you need to be here by 6:40 Pacific Standard to get into the panel. Then at 7 to 8 is when and today 7 to 9 is when we have general Q&A. So if you have a question about media production and everything around it, go ahead and use Mukana, which is our Q&A system and our chat system. Use that to ask questions, and you can vote those questions up and down. It's important to understand that you are the producer. As the viewer, if you are a participant or if you're an attendee, you're the producer of the show. So there's a lot of responsibility that comes with that job. Great power comes great responsibility. You have to ask questions. You have to vote on questions. You're driving the conversation. The job on the panel is to at least talk about the questions. We'll do the best we can to answer them, but I can't promise anything. We will discuss them and hopefully dredge up some useful information for you while we talk through that. So ask those questions. Start asking now. You can start asking as soon as you get here. And if you have something burning, definitely get it in early. And if you see something that's great, vote it up. So, but this becomes a real short show, and we have much larger breaks if no one asks any questions. So make sure to jump in and keep those questions rolling. We have today is the education hour, and tomorrow we just have more of a relaxed 2 hours of just general discussion. Usually a little bit more philosophical than the other days where we talk about stuff, and that's pretty much it. So I am going to. Let's see here, Bill. Do you want to try to? No, I'm sorry, I haven't got you set up yet. I think I threw Phil into that one time, so I'll go ahead and manage it today.
If I knew how to do it, I would be more than happy to.
We'll discuss that. Yeah, absolutely. I actually have. I had a question that I wanted to ask everybody. I'm curious. It's close to politics, but I'm curious. What people think of what people on the panel, and also people who, we'll put out a little poll here in a second. So what do people think of this whole Apple Epic thing? See, it's not real politics. It's just tech politics. So I feel like it does affect us. So I felt like I thought about it for the week about whether I should bring it up, but I'm curious what people's opinion is. Go ahead, Bill.
So this feels to me like the cyber version of the Oklahoma land rush. Everybody who's really smart in tech understands that things are changing massively, and all these monstrous behemoths of companies are jockeying for position. And I don't think this is going to settle out for a while. I don't have a horse in this race. I think they're both doing amazing technological advancement work, but I don't have any idea which way it's going to vet out.
George, and then Mickey, and then Victor.
I think Apple's got their ways set, and Epic didn't get their way with them, so they decided to go outside the box and create this whole big scene. It's kind of crappy all the way around, but we'll see what the outcome what it comes to.
Mickey?
Yeah, my point of view is like it's Apple's ecosystem, Apple Store, Apple's system. If Epic doesn't want to play with Apple's rules, then they don't have to be in that store.
Right, absolutely. Victor?
I think Epic is absolutely positioning themselves and trying to make Apple look like this behemoth bad guy, and they want this to go to Congress just to make it tiny political, and they're going to have to help figure it out. But Apple is saying what they said they would do, and they're doing what they said. So the bullying needs to stop.
Go ahead, Colin. I was waiting for Colin. I was like, when is Colin going to raise his hand?
Well, all right. So Epic has, it started as a relatively small or mid-sized game manufacturer that was massively outstripped by Apple's size, and they've grown substantially. And so now they think they're too big to stick to the contract that they had. But this is basic contract law. They're stuck with it until they decide to bail out. And this is their test. They're trying to see if they can maintain their customer base and while bailing out. And if they can make Apple look really bad in the process, they'll try that. But the existing contract law is pretty black and white. They're going to lose. If
the argument that
if they can get Congress involved, they can actually, make some sort of attempt at antitrust, but it's not a solid argument. But if they can get enough people complaining about it, they might be able to get the laws changed a little bit.
A couple issues and that's part of what I've been pondering is that the case really lies on top of the premise that the App Store is the only one, which it isn't. It's saying they have to argue that the App Store is its own market and that it doesn't compete with the Play Store, or all these other stores that make software available on mobile. So if you can argue that the App Store is its own market, which I think is a difficult argument, then you could argue that Apple has monopoly and that they have control and all those other things. But if you can't argue that, if you don't win that, then Apple owns 19% of the market. So it makes it's a really 19% is a really uphill battle to monopoly. Go ahead, Stephen. I'll come back to you, Colin. Just give you a second to think. Go ahead,
Apple's kind of like the gallery, Lafayette. It's where the rich people go to spend their money, and they charge high rents to be in there. And if you don't want to do that, go down to Carrefour. They're just a block away.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Colin, and then Victor.
It goes to whether the hardware of a phone service is equally a utility as a phone service or not. And the fact is, no one has ever tried to make the hardware of a telephone part of the utility, because that was given up back in 81 when Sprint sued AT&T, and so that.
But AT&T was like in previous ones. AT&T was clearly the majority holder of all phone service, and with Windows, it was clearly over 90% of the market. When you have 19% of the market, that becomes
that's not the point I was. It's true. It's not the point I was getting at. Right. The point I was getting at was the phone itself, the physical hardware, was the property of AT&T. You could only lease it, and there were no other providers of phone hardware. To the extent that there are no other providers of phone hardware that run iOS, you could make the argument that it is a monopoly. But the fact is, phone hardware as a category of products is, as you say, they're only like 19%.
So. Yeah. Go ahead, Victor.
So the reality is that Epic has deals with PlayStation and with Microsoft, to be on their hardware, and they're charged very similar to what Apple is doing. The only difference is that, Apple won't do what they do, which is like, oh, here's a PlayStation that's branded with one of your games. So they're kowtowing to Epic in order to make their product more branded. Apple's not going to do that. Funny how Epic is not suing either Microsoft, or PlayStation, Sony.
Well, I think that the argument is a lot of times you fight the battles that you think you can win more easily, and then you leverage those battles. So a precedent, if Epic wins against Apple, then they would use that as leverage against Sony and Microsoft. That's what they would. It's a weaker point, and they can afford to lose the iPhone revenue because most of the revenue comes from those set-top boxes, and so they can afford to have this battle and go down that path and see if they can win. I think that the hard part with it is that most iPhone users don't even know that Fortnite exists. Like, I think that's the average iPhone user, doesn't know about them, doesn't care. And if they took it off, I think most people are like, what other game do I play now? Like iPhone users are not like, they're attached to their iPhone much more than they're attached to any given app on the phone. And that's why it's such a valuable resource, is that people are very attached to what they have, in a way that, and I think that that's going to be, I just don't, I was thinking about it, and I said a couple things on Twitter and had some much darker arguments with folks online about it. But I think it'll be interesting. I think it'll be interesting to see how it turns out. I think it's a pretty hard. The thing that I wonder about is how long will it take? Does this block, or does it make Apple more likely to buy Unity and just make it part of Xcode? Because buying Unity and making it part of Xcode and then dumping $10 billion into development to like catch up is not something that Apple is not a foreign concept. We can always ask Abbott how that turned out. Jeffrey?
I disagree just a little bit on what you said, only because of the fact that Epic, of course, has Fortnite. I know that for a fact that when Amazon Fire tablets decided to bring on that game Clash of Clans, their sales for the tablets grew. It was a small amount, but it was very noticeable that they got more sales off of that. And I think that people might end up switching to another platform, maybe keeping their Apple iPhones, but there might be some sales suffering there.
I don't know. I don't know very many. Maybe some kids won't buy it, but I think that would be like a rounding error for Apple. For what they're doing. And the problem is their entire market their entire future is based on it. Okay, now we've talked through it. Hold on. There we go. Who is right, Apple or Epic? I put it in Makana. Everyone we're very curious about this is like a little mini intelligence squared. We should do that at some point, where we take some issue and we get everybody to vote before, and then I don't know if we've streamed a couple of the intelligence squared events. I don't know if you've ever seen any of those, but they have two sides, and they get everybody to vote, and then they make their arguments, and they get everyone to vote again, and it's the delta that whether they move the audience or not is the winner and loser of that process. All right.
I like the clean design of the poll.
Thank you.
Nice.
I like it to be simple. So, and not as many skips. Let's see here. I'll close it. And there you go. 39 say Apple, 11 say Epic. We'll see maybe we'll come back to that as it goes through. Again, I think that it's a uphill battle for Epic, because I think that the chances of winning a court case in that realm is super low. And so they have to win in the court of public opinion. And I don't think they're going to find a lot of people really calling their congressman over it. It's just because iPhone users just don't care. And so I think that'll be and Android users don't care either, because it's not them. So I think
the audience are kids who don't have the wherewithal to go deal with lobbyists or call their congressman.
What are we going to say, Sky, and then Victor, and then we'll move on?
I'll pass. Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
I've been a Mac person since '84, so I find I've kind of married into a family. So I find I'm very prejudiced, and so.
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem that Epic has, is that's the miscalculation, is that we're all as Mac users, we're very prejudiced.
It's a
and so we're just kind of, it becomes us against them really fast. Like Mac users, because of the stress of the 90s, the late 90s,
yes.
Mac users very much become, us against them very fast, and I think that's the problem that Epic is not calculating for. Victor, and then Stephen.
One argument I did hear, I think Renee Ritchie make this week, was that we're not aware of how huge in Asia the Epic iPhone market is, that it really is mammoth. And so it was just interesting. I think it was him or John Syracuse, one of the two, that made that specific item, and I wasn't aware.
And again, I think that the big thing is whether Apple buys Unity, because I think that this pushes them more towards that direction. Is just because if you take Epic off of the Apple platform as well, and all their apps and everything else, it creates a big hole for Apple as well. So it almost requires them to buy Unity at that point. Stephen, and then Mike.
Yeah, I spent about an hour with staffer for a state senator, and explaining how all this works. I was surprised how up on it they were. mainly because California. But the idea is how this plays out. I mean, they weren't looking at the Asia game. They were looking at it as U.S. only, and kind of what's going on and where all the chips are.
Yeah, Mike, and then we'll move on. I promise.
I just I had the original iPhone, and I don't remember ever agreeing that the only way I can get apps is to get apps from Apple, and it's turning into that for the Mac too, and that's not good. I mean, unless you're going to inform people you only think you own this, if you want to get any apps for it, you're going to come back and pay for it again. You're paying Apple again. It's just not good. It shouldn't be a closed system. An operating system should not be closed.
Oh, see, I believe from a security perspective, I just want my thing totally locked down.
Yeah,
but I'm not interested in anybody. All I'm interested in is that it's completely locked down. And if Apple could lock it down more, I'd be okay with that.
But on Android, you have if you try to install a non Google Play Store app on Android, it'll say this is not a blessed and checked out app. And by the way, that doesn't mean much anyway. But you have an option in the settings that say, okay, stop telling me that. I want to install it anyway. You haven't got that option on an iPhone.
Yeah, I don't want it. I don't want to even have it available. I don't want anything outside of that, because I want Apple bases it. Apple users really, we depend on security, and security means a completely closed system with no loops, no outside. Anytime you add a loop, you're adding a hole into the security. And so the thing is that you want it to, for an Apple user that cares about security, it's no holes. Nothing works outside of the ecosystem. Everything's tied down in it. And I know that limits me. I have an Android phone because of that. I have things that I use on an Android phone that I can't do on an iPhone, and I understand what it costs me. I have more Windows machines than I have Macs. I use the Mac more, but I have more Windows machines than I have Macs because of what I need to use on them.
You wouldn't have any harm if the iPhone had a box that says, okay, I know what I'm doing. Let me turn your security off and get whatever I want. I have them pay 30%.
No. You want no doors. I want a roof on this walled garden.
Yeah, it's you open that, you're absolutely wrong on that one, because if you open any way for something to operate in that system, you have opened up security flaws. And so the thing is that it has to be all or nothing for security to be absolute. You cannot have it be able to operate inside that system, but outside of the sandbox, it cannot at all ever have any way of living outside that sandbox. Otherwise, you're going to start opening up security flaws. And so the thing is and as someone I'm absolutely interested in security, I just don't care. Like if an app can't run on it, I don't care. I don't care about them. They can go run on an Android. I want absolute security, and I want Apple to only think about absolute security. And as an iPhone user, and as a Mac user, we're used to living in an area where we don't have a ton of viruses. We don't have a ton of those things. And there are a lot of extra little buttons that we have to click to install things. And iPhones may have a little bit less, but I would give up any app being developed for the security of my phone. There's nothing that anyone could make that would make me wish that they would open up the phone. Go ahead, Laura.
Really quickly, just a question to that point. If you put that checkbox in the iOS system, is it not correct, because I'm an Android user, that something could get in there and check that box without you doing it?
It's not really checking the box. That's not the issue. It's code allowing things to operate outside of the sandbox. It's not the box being checked or not checked. It's just simply...
What I'm saying is that if you have the option to do it, a piece of malware could get in there and do that same thing without you actually doing it.
I don't think it takes physical, and it takes a physical thing to do that.
I don't think that's the issue. I don't think something could hit that button or not. I just think that when you have code that's allowing things to operate on the phone that are outside of that sandbox, you're opening up a window there that I can tell you from folks that I work with in security, that's absolutely an issue. Like it is not like a little issue; it's a huge issue, and so it's not. You want to keep that face closed as much as possible. Anyway, all right. Zach Schwartz asks, could the AV issues that Victor, Barry, and I have experienced routing through our ATEM Mini Pros have anything to do with Zoom webinar platform versus meetings? I don't seem to have any sync issues in the regular up to 2-hour meetings in which I participate. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, I've noticed, jumping on calls with several of the panels from time to time, that the bit rate and the quality of the sound on meetings is higher than on a webinar such as this.
Interesting.
I hear more clarity. So like there might be some sort of like encoding thing there that's, some sort of mismatch. But I mean, since the start of the pandemic, I've moved around between four different interfaces, and I haven't had any issues with those.
Right.
So yeah,
Victor?
maybe some.
Yeah, I'm baffled by this one. What I'm going to do this weekend is literally do a recording of myself for a half hour with the sound coming from the ATEM, and I'm just going to do a test to see if that sync, drifts or completely goes out of whack like we've experienced here.
Do you have a recorder? Do you have something that can record that's not on your computer?
I have the ATEM Mini Pro. I could record on that.
So here's the question is, the thing that the reason that doesn't really work. What we need to do is we need to have you have a recorder that's getting the HDMI, the program out on your HDMI, right? And is recording so that you're interacting with us. And if we see it slip in your talking to us, we can go back to the recording that was coming out of your HDMI and see if that's happening inside the ATEM. Now, that doesn't necessarily, it still could be the way the ATEM is embedding it into the USB-C. So it doesn't necessarily say it's not the ATEM, but it would say that the video pipeline is solid, but there's something going on with USB-C. Then it would be a matter of testing. I don't even know it's just hard to do apples to apples testing against each thing.
So what if I went out of the ATEM program HDMI into this mini recorder that I just got from?
Oh yeah, but it would have to be in a separate computer. You can't do it on the same computer. You'll definitely slide.
Okay, I could run it over to the iMac Pro, or maybe when I get my ISO ATEM next week, I can use one of the ATEMs just to record, and the other one for.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and so you could then record it. But I would try to go to the mini recorder to a computer is probably better than the ATEM recording.
Okay.
So I would record that and then just run it in the mornings when we're doing it, and we would just see what happened there. Sky and then Jeffrey.
I'm just Victor dropping names. My ISO that's coming next. Yeah, thanks, Bragg. Anyway.
Hey, don't shoot me.
No, I was just teasing. Just good fun. Because I've talked with Barry, and his pipe and chain is very unique to a point, but also that Zach is also in Florida. They're at least in the same time zone. I would see if they could connect to each other and run this thing to the ground as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeffrey.
To answer more on the Zoom part of things, it's very possible. There's a lot of algorithms that are running in the background, from capturing up to 50 participants into the Zoom session to running AI on each participant and seeing how that goes. And then of course you do have the area that you've talked about before, where it just boils down to what type of processor is in the machine, what type of graphics are in the machine, and can they work together.
But it's just really interesting that it's only happening with audio embedded in ATEMs that we're trying to, suss out. Yeah, it's an interesting. We definitely have to get to the bottom of it, I guess is what I would say. I don't know what the answer is. And
I'm hoping to get my.
There's different.
I'm hoping to get my ATEM next week, so I can actually start working on this problem as well.
There's all kinds of stacks that Zoom is using. You get one connection if it's only point to point. You get another connection if it's webinar. You get there's all these things that it's doing. So I'm not saying that it's not that. I just don't. It's odd. The whole thing's odd. So anyway, so we have to keep on looking at it. Frank Henny says, Zoom posted and took down an update notice. Professional music mode. This option in advanced audio enhances original audio mode by disabling echo cancellation and post-processing while raising the audio codec to 48 kilohertz, 96 kilobits per second, mono at 192 stereo for professional audio transmission. Thoughts? Well, it had been hinted that they were working on it for a while, but I'm pretty excited that it might actually get it near the surface. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, that would be great, 48K across the board. I thought that I read somewhere that Zoom fluctuates between 16 and 44.1.
It could. I mean, I think that Zoom is definitely conscious to the fact that artists being able to do what Daria does, being able to play music to their fans could be a really big market for because there's nothing else that does that particularly well. And so Zoom being able to do what we're doing here, where an artist can play to a whole bunch of fans, is very compelling. And so, what's interesting about that is it's actually easier for Zoom to fix the audio than it is to fix the video. So the music artist can, obviously you want to get them to a higher level, but also being able to get the audio to be a pristine, the hoops that we jump right now to get good audio into Zoom and get it all the way through is something else. And what's interesting is Hangouts used to have that. Hangouts used to have a pro audio mode or high quality video audio mode, and that was mostly because Daria asked for it, and the product manager Lauren Groves was a musician, lead singer for a band, and he actually created Hangout. I mean, not created, but definitely pushed Hangouts to fruition because he came from a band support company called Hey Now. I think it was Hey Now. Anyway, so Say Now, sorry. And so so anyway, that was amazing. What you could really do concerts over Hangouts, and now this could be much bigger. So I think it's really interesting. Victor? I can't hear you, Victor, but you're in sync. All right, go ahead.
Okay. You triggered something. I am using 48 across the board, on the Mix Pre, on the ATEM. I mean, could that be my problem that Zoom is having a conflict with that? Because I have no problem when I use the Mix Pre for sound. I haven't had a problem using this Ultra Studio 3G.
No, don't know. Mickey?
Yeah, I mean, like I'm on meetings all day long and I run 48, no issues.
Yep. So anyway, it's interesting. But I think that I do think that Zoom, to go back to the second question, I do think that Zoom is supporting better audio would be amazing. I think it would open up a whole new market for Zoom, and that other groups cannot handle very quickly. Go ahead, Beju.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Right now, we're using Zoom for video contribution and using Clean Feed for the audio because we can't stand the what it does to music over Zoom. So if this could come up, it would simplify so many things for us because a lot of the contributors are not technical at all. So it would make things a lot easier.
Well, what we know is that we can get just about the same quality. I mean, really high quality out of Zoom if you go through in the screen share. If you go into screen share and you feed the audio directly in the advanced into music or computer sound only, that appears to bypass everything. And I think it's the echo cancellation that goes away, that because it's always in there and it's always pulling stuff out, and that gets rid of it completely. And so what we do is that's where we're using loopback a lot. So we get people to run their stuff into loopback, and then loopback delivers that as computer sound to Zoom, and we get pristine, pretty close to pristine audio. I mean, it's not as good as something like Unity Connect, but it's as high as we've seen in Skype, for instance, which is usually considered our kind of high watermark.
It's just a little bit technical for a lot of the end users. That's what the reason. Like this would simplify stuff. Like, okay, switch it on, get it done. You don't have to worry about it.
You said, what are you using for audio?
What we're using Clean Feed, Clean Feed. It's basically a browser-based contribution system. You can do very high quality. It's very low latency, and the quality is excellent. It's very easy to use. That's the biggest thing. You can
you turn both of that on and Zoom. So you just mute Zoom, and then you have that one come in.
Yeah, so we have Zoom running as backup, so we can unmute Zoom if we need to. But Clean Feed works really nicely, and even in the compressed version, they have really decent. You can do almost uncompressed.
And I'm very curious about this actually because I don't know it. What's the URL?
Clean Feed, CLEEN feed. I'll just put the link in the notes. It's really nice. They've got a free version you can try out, and if you pay for it, it's $22 or $30 a month. So it's really nice. And you can do multi-track recording through their browser as well. So you can literally record all the separate tracks. It's nice.
That's great. Philip Tesoro says, when doing your sound checks, I hear when people mention how great large diaphragm condenser mics are, but always miss the models beforehand. What are some examples of top of the line, mid-range, and budget large diaphragm mics? Go ahead, Bill.
So let's take off at the top end the exotics, and I actually have a picture for you if it comes up. So this is the Global Citizen concert, and for those of you who want to geek out on mics, Lady Gaga in the lower left-hand corner is singing into a Neumann U47, which I believe is somewhere around the 10 grand mark, and then Celine in the upper right is a Sony C10, which is north of $25,000. So there is very little limit to exotic high-end large diaphragm condenser mics. Most of us mere mortals, the ones that are largely used around voiceover and things like that, run around $1,000.
Mickey?
I didn't have my hand raised, but sure. Okay.
I'm just throwing it at you because I'm not going to let you get out of this conversation without talking about microphones. I mean, look at what. Yeah.
Bill mentioned like the exotic stuff, like, you know, upwards of 10 grand US. The what's kind of staple in recording studios would be like the Neumann U87, which is around 4 grand, if I remember correctly, 4 or 5 grand. So I mean, not as outrageous as the Sony that Bill mentioned. Along the same lines, the U67 is also popular. It's from Neumann as well. Mics from Telefunken, Manley are very popular. This one, the 414, is also a staple, although it's not as expensive. I think this is about $1,000, but it's also a staple in recording studios. Like this one, I would call this probably in the mid range, like 1,000 to 2,000 would probably be the mid range, and then 4,000 up would be like top range. On the lower end, like anything like sub 1,000 I would consider like on the cheaper end, but not, and that's on the cheaper end price wise, and that doesn't mean like quality wise it's low. Like there are a lot of good mics that are sub $1,000.
Go ahead, Victor. And Jeffrey.
On the very lower end, this Neat that I'm using here, this Worker Bee is $70, $80 or something. And I think it's a pretty good sounding mic for the price, to be honest with you. The RE20, Electro Voice RE20 is very popular, around the $400 range.
But the RE20 wouldn't be considered a large diaphragm.
Yeah,
mic.
it's a dynamic.
I'm sorry, that's the dynamic. Thank you. And then other than that, there's a company called Mojave Audio that makes some really nice, just under $1,000 a large diaphragm condensers.
Jeffrey?
Getting more towards the consumer side, more than what Victor just did. I've got the Movo here. This is the VSM5. This is a sub $100 microphone, large diaphragm. MXL makes a really popular large diaphragm microphone that I have and I've used since, early 2000s. You have Audio Technica. Aston Microphones does a great job in their large diaphragm microphone, and they have a small one under $300, and it also has a shock mount in it to help with that. But it's still cheaper than a ribbon microphone, right?
A lot more control. I've told that story before, but the way to change, if you have two people on either side of a ribbon microphone, the way to change the volume is just to move the table. So the one that we according to the BBC World Service, the one that we see the most, it's not a large diaphragm, but among artists and podcasters and so on and so forth, is the SM7B, which is a cardioid dynamic. Like we see that one everywhere. I mean, that's been kind of like, that's in radio and podcasting, we mostly see PR40s. I mean, that's what, that's a really popular one. And I think partially because Leo took it on and uses it everywhere and sends them to a lot of folks. And then it's been kind of rippling through. But the one that we've seen come up when we're dealing with podcasters and artists, we see the SM7B, the Shure SM7B come up a lot. It just shows up in our shows a lot. I actually have never owned one, but it's something that that's pretty popular. So something else to think about there. The Michael Vosbin says, is there some place where you post short bios of the panelists? It would be nice to know a little about them. Yeah, we're working on trying to get a place for everybody to post a little bit of something about themselves. And it's on it's on the roadmap. It's just not the next turn. So it's definitely something that we need to do. I just don't have any. We don't have any place to put it just yet. So we're working on that though. Yeah, go ahead, Sky.
Well, I think to ask the first three questions of who are you, where do you, I mean, what's your passion? I guess asking us a poll or question about ourselves would be helpful too. Maybe somebody can help us write that.
Yeah, I mean, I think getting a set of standardized questions would be probably worth having a conversation in Discord about it, of a standardized conversation where everyone answers the same thing. Would be super interested. Yeah, that I would like that. I like that idea. That's great.
You're welcome.
TJ Asher says, what is the equivalent app, or where do I find the settings to allow me to adjust the Logitech C920 on Windows 10 computer so that I can zoom in a bit for my wife's upcoming college classes? Go ahead, Hosmuk.
I've been using something called camera settings from Logitech. I've been using it on my Brio. It allows me to zoom and pan, and allows me to do the brightness and color intensity as well. And there's a Windows version of that.
And I think they also have one that's just called Capture, but does Capture change the, are you able to?
I've been using Capture, and I found it quite limiting compared to the camera settings.
Right.
Capture, once you into your Zoom session, you found Capture was not responding.
Right.
Whereas with camera settings, I find it responds.
And you're on the Brio right now, right?
I'm on a Brio, yeah.
Yeah, it looks great. No, absolutely. That was good. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
One thing to keep in mind is this C920 is it's running digital zoom rather than an optical zoom. So anything over 2x is going to kind of get a little bit pixelated. And if you're I don't know if you're going for getting the presenter or getting what's being shown on the screen. If it's shown on the screen, then it just becomes a bunch of mud. And of course, getting on the presenter, once you start zooming in, it's going to wash out and look very pixelated. And I have a feeling you're going to find that you're just going to leave it where it is in its zoom, maybe just a little bit of the zoom, but that's pretty much it.
Yep. Next question. Tex Whitney says, looking to shoot a 3-month construction site time lapse. Standalone budget kits are only 720p. Affidus looks good, but it's 1080p max. 4K cloud upload systems seem ideal, but get pricey. Does anyone have any suggestions? Go ahead, Mike.
Use a security camera. You can get a
4K?
4K with an internal SD card, and the software internally will do time lapse. You're just going to have to look at getting the card, keeping the card from filling up. I suppose you could put a 256 or 400 gig card on the inside, and with the app you can download the videos, to your computer every so often and clean it out. But a Hikvision is the best, and it's weatherproof already for you. You just hang it on a pole and put some power into it, and you can run it on Wi-Fi. So
go ahead, Mickey. Mickey.
Yeah, like I don't know if you guys recall, like a month or two ago, I had a stream of questions about doing exactly this. And I got an email last Friday saying that the project would most likely push through. And as Mike was saying, like I'm looking at majority Hikvision or Hikvision, however it's pronounced, cameras, and we're getting the 4K ones. I think they call it color view cameras, and we're also getting a bunch of the Hikvision thermal cameras. And we're getting, I think, 3 or 4 of some Sony broadcast quality cameras. I'm currently looking at getting the Synology surveillance station NVR, just because it combines an NVR system with a storage system that I can easily replicate offsite. Another NVR solution I'm looking at is Eagle Eye, but I still need to do a lot of research on exactly like how to run these systems and the costs. So yeah, like play around those areas, like look at security cameras, as Mike has said, and also different NVR solutions along with storage solutions. I don't know if you
NVR?
want to.
And can you define NVR?
Network video recorder. So majority of these things are built for security systems, and they could take any standard camera that feeds out RTSP streams. Um, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, go ahead, Vipul. Oh, we can't hear you. You're still muted.
We have been using security cameras for time lapse of all our construction works, and they work great. As Mickey said, using an NVR gives you an ample storage, and even sometimes we run the storage for almost like 6 months, collect the data on time lapse and do our videos and all these things. So yes, only thing is you just need to make sure that you choose the outdoor if the cameras are going to be on outdoor, and their IP68 rating is proper.
Go ahead, Paul, and then George.
Yeah, Eagle Eye's excellent. I had an Eagle Eye system for a while. They've got a dedicated box, but then I pretty much ditched that for my own security with the Wise. And Wise has just come out with a new weatherproof camera that's $30, I think, plus or minus, somewhere in there. And they're excellent. And they have built-in time-lapse capability.
George.
So Mickey, I would also take a look at Unify Ubiquity cameras. I've just deployed four 4Ks around my house, and they're pretty darn good. I would definitely give those a look.
Good, Mickey.
Yeah, I find there's just not as many options with the Ubiquity cameras, especially like say because we need a lot of PTZs with like 50x zoom or 70x zoom. And I don't know, I haven't read much in terms of how it could scale, because like right now we're looking at I think 188 cameras, and like the client has been adding like dozens of cameras like each day since Friday. Like, hey, can we put one here? Can we put one here? Can we put one here? So like the scale right now is just like, that's why I'm looking at the Synology system, just because it's so easy to scale.
So you're talking about 188 4K cameras?
Yeah, 4K cameras. They only need to store real-time footage at 30 frames per second for 14 days, but they need to keep stills of every 3 hours from each camera, and they need to keep that in perpetuity. Going back to as well to what Mike was saying about like using the SD card in the camera, that cannot scale because I cannot have teams of people going to each camera and offloading material like every day or every week, or that's why I need an NVR to do that for me.
Sky, and then Jeffrey, and then Colin.
A friend of mine is the lead engineer at Eagle Eye, and they originally were started from the equestrian industry so that the owners could look at their horses. But it was then bought on top of Barracuda, the owner of Barracuda. So I'll put you in touch with a friend, and that would be very fun.
Jeffrey, and then Colin, then we're gonna move on.
A lot of the cameras like Wise and stuff like that have RTSP, so you can then send it via network to a box that could be recording the whole thing. You also mentioned construction sites, and keep in mind that construction sites, well, any type of time-lapse camera will vibrate and start to move, so you have to remember that you have to keep that positioned in the right spot. So a good, however you mount it is very important too.
Colin?
And I should have mentioned this when Mickey was discussing this several weeks ago, but Axis cameras out of Sweden, very high-end, extremely well-made, hardened devices with excellent PTZ and and solid NVR systems.
Yeah, and I will say that the time-lapse in construction sites is transformative. Like when you watch it, you see all kinds of things that you would never see in real time. We noticed all kinds of methodologies and practices that didn't work with like 2 days of time lapse. Like it revolutionized how the construction got done, because you realized that people were wasting time here and having safety issues here, and there's and there's all these efficiency things that you could do that otherwise wasn't possible.
Yeah, watching them move piles of gravel around by time lapse, as they didn't put them in the right place to begin with, is a remarkable experience.
Yeah, go ahead, Guy, real quick, and then we'll move on.
It's real quick. I want to show this is just a live feed and how great optical zoom is. So that's a destroyer out in the Everett Harbor, and that's an island that's so far away. Look at how far away this is. This is a live feed coming from my office, and I'm controlling it from my house. But that's amazing.
What
how,
camera is that?
It's a QC. It's an older one. They come out with a 4K one now, but this is just mind blowing how much you can zoom in. But anyways, that was just my geek out session for showing you guys far away
That's
stuff.
great. Next question is Stan Chan says iZotope RX7 Advanced versus RX Post Production Suite 4. Which should I purchase to clean up major background noise, or are there other suggestions? Bill?
So they're all fabulous tools. This is just a personal thing. I find that I'm tending to overbuy software right now. And the reason I say that is because I buy a piece of software like that. Like I'm an iZotope owner and I own 2 or 3 other pieces of software. And I find I very seldom touch them because I'm not doing this day in and day out. And I'm using maybe 1% of the capability of the software. So my new standard is I'm going to try to buy the simplest thing I can if it's upgradable, and then upgrade through the line rather than trying to go to the top end because it'll sit there mostly unused. That's how I think about it.
I try to figure out whether it's going to fit into my budget to buy it for this one fix that I needed, and then once it's there, it's in my library. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, just to connect with what Bill was saying, like, I don't know how much of this. Who asked the question? Stan.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of this he does, but for me at least, the difference between RX7 standard and advanced is massive. Now, if he only needs to do cleanup, RX7 advanced, you're good there. That could do 80-90% of what you would need to do probably. The only other, because RX7 advanced is part of the post-production suite. If like the other tool in the post-production suite that could help you clean stuff up might be dialogue match. Now, if you need RX7 advanced and the dialogue match, might as well get the whole post-production suite. You'll save money then. But if you only plan to go with RX7 advanced, then like no need to get the entire suite.
Sky.
Bill, you're inspired me again. I'm wondering about a communal cooperative concept of, rather than the Alex effect of yet more Amazon boxes showing at my door and my wife saying, "Oh, Alex again," but the question of maybe we share resources in the sense of,
It's just really hard to share software. I mean, it's
well, no, I send him the file. If it's not time sensitive, then for instance, if 6 people own 6 lawnmowers in a neighborhood, why not get one good lawnmower and share it?
definitely works at time. We do that with crews. We rent houses instead of individual hotel rooms, and then we've actually had somewhere we hire the caterer and everything else because it's going to be 2 weeks. I got 10 people. It's easier to just have them all share. And some people like it and some people don't. Jeffrey and then Bill.
You can always hire somebody to do it for you and then have them do it in both pieces of software to see how it works in a more professional standard.
Go ahead, Bill.
My famous thinking is that you don't try to learn the piano before the wedding. You hire a piano player. It's not the device, it's understanding how to operate the device that makes you good at what you do.
Brian?
Yeah, big fan of the iZotope, the RX stuff, the advanced stuff. My day job is getting audio from all over the world, foreign language stuff, recorder on everything from high-end equipment to Fisher-Price recorders, and literally. And we have brought stuff in to a usable format that we previously, before these tools, couldn't. I'm a huge fan and do the RX advanced. Mickey's advice.
Lucas Lucas Herzog asks, we need to get multiple 3 to 4 SDI sources to stream out as independent RTMP or SRT streams. Any recommendation on how to do that in software? Input could be Decklink, Duo 2, or similar. So get it into a computer, stream it out as RTMP or SRT. And I guess one of the questions that you get into when you start doing this is, do those streams need to remain frame accurate? So when you're streaming them out, which is difficult, when you're streaming them out, do they need to stay synced? And really, you can get away with a lot of sync issues when you're not seeing people talk. So if they're talking, like for instance, about a football game, a little bit of change. The only one that matters is the one where they cut to the announcers and they're talking. If it's a couple frames off when you're watching football, no one would notice. In fact, it sometimes is. But if it's where you're cutting between multiple cameras that are looking at people, it becomes more challenging. Jeffrey?
Another trick to do, if you don't have to worry about sound in this factor, you just have one sound source, is to send out a large, maybe a 4K type stream rather than smaller streams, and then just do a 4plex box, and then it depends on how you're consuming it on the other end. But if you have that 4plex box, then somebody can chop it up from there, and then it's all in sync natively.
Yep. And that's definitely one of the ways we've transported. So if you have something that will stack it all up. Now, in SDI transport, when we're using a satellite or we're using, the switch or something like that, we might use ASI, which we're muxing a whole bunch of signals on the way out together. But for SRT and RTMP, I think the frame accuracy is going to be the most difficult part. And I admit that it's what stopped us from doing it. The reason I don't have a good answer for this is that we don't do it because we have a hard time keeping the frames all together, and being able to cut back and forth for the kind of stuff that we do. So no need for frame accuracy. Well, then I just don't know what software would be able to grab 4 individual inputs into one computer and just pick off each one, streaming it, other than like multiple instances of OBS running, on something like that, or, so maybe OBS, maybe multiple instances of it could possibly do that. I think that your computer would have to be pretty darn beefy before it would start coming apart. Mickey and then Jeffrey.
Yeah, I think doing that splitting of like 4 different sources up and sending them out individually on SDI streams can be done with Mimo Live and vMix.
Well, they both do.
Have different
You're right.
outputs set.
So vMix would do it on a PC. vMix, you'd have to have the highest end vMix, because I think you need 4 outputs. I think so you would need that one, and you should be able to grab it. You're right, absolutely. vMix can do it, and Mimo on the Mac side should be able to do it. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Yeah, Wirecast can do that too, where you can send it to 4 different RTMPs. Another thing is NDI.
But again, wait, it can send it to 4 different RTMPs, but 4 different sources to 4 different. So it's not programmed to 4 different RTMPs.
It'll send 4 ISOs, but it's not going to send 4 processed programs.
No, but you can identify 4 ISOs in Wirecast to go out to 4 different RTMPs.
Assuming you're not doing any actual processing of those ISOs.
In that case, if you're doing through the ISOs, you would actually have to send it to another computer running either Wirecast, vMix, or OBS. I believe. I'm not 100% on that. But the other thing is NDI, Bird Dog does make an NDI receiver from the internet that you can set up 4 of those. And then NDI can capture those individual feeds, but that's not SDI.
George asks, Alex, does Zoom have the opportunity to deliver for the pro market clean out, and maybe NDI IO and SRT IO? There are rumors that NDI is definitely something that that Zoom is looking at, as far as that goes. So I don't know. We're using, we're just using the second screen on Zoom. So what we do is we set it up as a dual screen, and the second screen is just a display port to HDMI to SDI converter, and then it's SDI into our system. Go ahead, George.
So the reason I asked you this question also, I was in Baltimore yesterday. I have a 5-day gig coming up next week, and I had to go look at my setup, and pretty much I had them tear the whole thing apart because it wasn't set up for really how you need to handle Zoom. This is a broader question, Alex, for how we're in this office hour box, which has been great, but I feel like when I leave this box, I go into chaos on the outside because not everyone is really understanding how to use Zoom. Whether if we're using switches, like a lot of us are using with ATEM going into Zoom, you're no longer sharing screen. You're just switching your source. I'm really struggling to get folks to understand and not be that guy when I go and show site, to kind of, try to explain to folks how Zoom really works, because, some folks get offended, but
I don't know if I'm necessarily a good example, because we just do the same thing with everything. We just get it all out of the system. I do this with all of you as a shared environment, but if you leave me to my own devices, I will immediately set up point to point. So I know you have another question about that later, and do all the mixing inside of my hardware, for something smaller, and so I don't know how to, and we've done shared ones. I mean, we've done over 1,000 Hangouts where it was all shared audio and shared, in that process. I think that it's not so much the technology that's challenging. It's just understanding how the system works so that you can manage the logistics well, so that you're asking, you're jumping to the right person at the right time, and you understand how we're going to get there, and how we're going to show this, and whether we're going to do a screen share or a source feed. Those are things that are that's the hardest part. Colin?
This problem exists in every area of software, whereby if a client has a task they want to achieve, you help them select the software that best, comes as close to achieving that goal as possible. And then you try to talk them into conforming their objectives to the capabilities of the software that they've chosen. And it's a tough bit of persuasion sometimes.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
It's just a standard problem.
And the hard part is we get into form over function a lot. So people want to do something that they think is cool, but doesn't actually improve the show. And it makes everything much more expensive and difficult and more risky. Bill, and then Mickey.
Yeah, I think the other issue, and I've found it a lot in what I've set up here for myself, is that you set it up for a show and it's the first time you've ever used it, and everything you do is hesitant, your timing is off, and it's only until you've done something multiple times that you start feeling able to trust your system and just actuate what you need to get done when you need to do it.
And I think that the problem that you get into with Zoom right now is that a lot of producers, it is the first time all the time for them, because they're all learning it and they don't understand it, and they don't understand why it can't do this or why it's doing this. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't really have a comment there, but now I have a question. When you guys do your setup where you have the second screen feeding out an HDMI source to, a vision mixer, a switcher, how do you guys deal with that whole unpinned video, like the on-screen display stuff? Like, do you just frame it out, or?
Yep. So we run it through an FS4, and we scale it up by 100. We scale it to 107, and that will get rid of all of the
have the remote presenter, actually, if they have to adjust the camera due to the scaling, you just have them reframe.
Yeah, but at 107%, generally we don't have to reframe anything. It's such a small amount of. It's just like a little bit of slice across around it. It's just a very small chunk of data that you pull out. But if we need to have them reframe it, we have them reframe it. We haven't had to do that. Go ahead, Jesse.
I wanted to mention for George, there's a beta application called Streamweaver from this company Liminal that supposedly will extract these kind of Zoom conference meetings into individual feeds for NDI. And then I guess the other more expensive option that's out there was the TC2 TriCaster. Could maybe solve some of those things.
I mean, the problem that we have is that we just need a lot more inputs than the TriCaster will do. And, so we're, right now we're running 6 or 8 machines regularly in one show, because it's the producers, there's producers, there's other folks there, there's it becomes very, very complex very fast. And I don't think the TC2 will handle more than a couple connections. So we're kind of like, well, that's cute, but, and again, the other thing is that that gets back to what Bill was talking about. You start limiting what you do to the hardware or software and what it can do. And so for ours, if someone says they need more people, we just add more computers. Like the system is set up to just do something, and you just add another blade every time someone wants to add another person, rather than trying to figure out how now I'm going to, with a TriCaster, you're going to figure out how do I tie all this in and make it all work, and how do I get 4 more people in there. And from our perspective, we would just add more blades, or go and get a couple pieces of a PC and put them together or whatever, and if one person's in Skype and the other person's in Zoom and the other person's in WebEx, we can do that too. Like literally just because we're just using them all as dumb terminals rather than trying to use the infrastructure at all. Next question from Sky. Is there an audio leveling plugin for Windows like Crumple Pop on the Mac? Is this on Discord? So does anyone, Sky, can you explain Crumple Pop for everybody?
Chris offered it up and I sent it to my daughter who is going to help me do some audio leveling, and she's on a Windows machine. So Crumple Pop takes 2 different sources and levels it out, and $60 little app. Levelator is what is also been recommended, but that's apparently a different thing. I just need a Windows solution for this leveling audio, the magic of that.
I don't think anybody knows how.
Windows version. No.
Go ahead, Mickey.
All right. Yeah. Solution for leveling faders. But if you want it, if you don't want to actually write faders,
no.
There is
Automagic.
Waves has a bunch of plugins. I can't recall the name, but look at Waves solutions for that. Look, they've been releasing a lot of articles recently about for like directed towards content makers.
Yeah.
So check out those articles. I'm sure you'll find it there. I can't recall the name right now.
The hope would be I've got 2 audios coming in on Zoom. I'd love them to just flatten it out and automatically balance everything.
Jeffrey and then Bill.
What program are you using? Or is she using? Sky?
Premiere.
Okay, so and the Premiere has a ton of options there. Is there anything in there that she's really, because I know they have noise reduction, they have reverb reduction, and they have discontinued plugins that also deal with noise. Has she tried any of those yet? Or?
Well, to Bill's point, it's not the tool, is it? We'll have to go dig deep.
Right.
But Bill.
Good, Bill.
There has to be stuff in the Premiere environment that will do this. It's a standard thing. It used to be called normalization. It's just put everything to a max. I just wanted to mention that the basic difference between Crumble Pop and Levelator is Crumble Pop has knobs on it and you can do things to it. Levelator is brilliant in my mind because it has no knobs. You drop a file on it, it processes it, gives it to you on the desktop, and it's done. There are no controls. Nobody can.
Well, and that was if you look at the demo video for Crumple Pop that Chris Fenwick suggested, it's kind of automagic. I mean, the closer you get, it brings it down without knobs. The further away, it brings it up within a single path, and it just takes the whole thing and
yeah, here's the thing, though. All of this, and I think Mickey will back me up on this, depends on the signal you have originally. If you have a clean recording with enough signal-to-noise ratio between what you want and what you don't want, these levelating kind of tools will all do a great job. If you don't, if you recorded somebody in traffic, all it's going to do is boost up a bad recording. So it all starts with decent technique in the field. You just can't.
We always have to keep fixing it, though. I mean, it's. Yeah. So, all right. Next question, Alex, or this is from George. Can you explain the Zoom point-to-point? So, I kind of discussed it a second ago, but I'll discuss it again. We have a bunch of computers, and each one of them has a Zoom account. We have to build a bunch of emails for that. So they all have their own account. They're all business accounts. The business accounts were then upgraded to 1080p through the just standard request that they had there. This was all stuff that Guy and I had talked about, and then I went down that path. Main monitor runs it. Second monitor is the second monitor is what we're pinning the person to, so that they go out of that second monitor all the time. That goes into a ATEM constellation or into a router. We have a 72 by 72 router, and then into a constellation. And then the audio. We're using Dante for that. So the Dante is pulling all the I/O in and out of the computers is all through Dante. That goes into a CL5, and then the CL5 is where we mix the show. The returns go through a Clearcom Eclipse Delta frame. So we send the audio to the Delta frame. So there's no way for us to talk about all the returns go from the Clearcom back into Zoom. So that we're sending from the mixer. The mixer is doing the show and it goes out to YouTube or whatever. But the returns that go back into Zoom go through the Delta frame, because that way we can add comms to them, so we can do talk back to each person. That's the big advantage of doing point to point, is that if I want to talk to Guy right now during the show, you're all going to hear me talk to Guy, but right now on a panel or even on a phone. So we can have clients that are sitting in Texas watching a show with a participant from New York, and we're in San Francisco. And if that client wants to talk into the ear of the person in New York in the middle of the show to tell them, hey, I need you to stop talking about that, or I need to move. And this happens, you may think that that's an esoteric thing. Once a client knows that they can do that, it happens 5 times a show. Like, and it's critical stuff. Like we had a show yesterday, and you'll see the result of it. It wasn't perfect in the Patreon show yesterday, that the audio just fell apart for our last participant. But in that moment, we're sitting there telling the participant to go do this, and we're telling the host, you got to go do this. And, it was a new thing for the host to have that. So there's a little bit of dead air, but we're able to sit there and coordinate everybody. So when something goes wrong in a live show, I can talk. That's what in Zooms, it's a horrible thing when things go wrong, because everybody's in a shared environment. And so you're calling people and texting them and everything else. And it requires no tech on the far end for us to do this, so they're just connecting to Zoom, and so all these extra feeds and everything else that come back to them are coming back. Now, we do encourage them to put earpieces in, because we're always afraid that the echo cancellation won't work, and you'll hear us going, I need you to do this or whatever. So that's why we try to get people on IFBs when we can. So anyway, but that kind of, once you get used to that pipeline, it's kind of transformative. Because the other thing is that we just tell people to leave their mics open. Just join and just leave your mic open. We don't want you to close your mic, because we don't want to have any of that accidental whatever. And then we're sitting there just, we're controlling all of that. So as we bring, people in and out, you're just potting them down. So, and what's great is that we'll have, we can talk to them before. So like, for instance, in the show that we were doing yesterday, we have people coming in and leaving during the show the whole time. So someone's coming in, and someone can say, hey, I hear you, I see you, and I hear you, you're coming up next, just go ahead and sit tight. And we can do all of that stuff, outside of the show, where it would be very difficult to do that inside of Zoom. And so anyway, so that's the big advantage. And then of course, because of that, we can add graphics, we can add, all our playbacks are happening from our playout system to the stream, not through Zoom. So, that's how the point-to-point works. And it's a lot of hardware. I'm sure that you could find ways to do it with, I think people do it in vMix and everything else, but the hardware gives us a lot of scalability. And, we can record all the ISOs. We can, because we've got 14 hyperdecks all lined up that are grabbing program and ISOs and things, and so there's all this, there's all this hardware that kind of makes that, so that we can do that. And we have playouts and, all the other things that you'd want there, Sky.
Well, you mentioned the Patreon show that you did. Was that a private show that?
Nope. You can go up to YouTube and watch it. So if you go up to YouTube and Patreon, you look for the show up. We're doing that. And if you go back far enough, you'll see the first episode or two we did in Zoom. And then after that, we switched to the point-to-point, and you'll see the quality of the video jump pretty dramatically. And then they take a day off at the end of the month. So at the end of in 2 weeks, it'll start up again, or in 10 days, it'll start up again. And that'll all be using Zoom point-to-points instead of Skype. Because I got tired of Skype breaking my show.
The show is called Show Up.
The Show Up.
The Show Up on YouTube, and it's your show. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah,
and that would Patreon as a second hour. That would be a nice request.
Yeah, I'm working on getting someone from Patreon to come talk. It's someone special. We'll just see if we can get them to come. So anyway, we'll work on that. Anyway, go ahead, Guy.
Yeah, I was going to say on the Zoom point-to-point, I see a lot of schools going with this model right here, which is the video doesn't really leave the school. So basically, you would have the remote users behind or outside the firewall, but then the video would stay here. Like if this is the school and you have multiple Zoom rooms, you would stay here, and the 1080p video would just stay in here, but only the application data would go up to the cloud, just checking in that that's an authenticated user, all that stuff. But I would love a portable solution like this, where you just carry one of these around and go to an event, and you keep everybody. Maybe it's running on a laptop, and you just keep everybody from sending so much bandwidth through a hotel's little pipe. So I just want to throw that in there.
I have to admit that after 10 years of doing this, and doing tons and tons of load-ins, and then doing tons of stuff where we did tons of remotes, I just never want to have to travel again to do my work. Like I'm like, anytime someone asks me like, so we're thinking of doing a studio, I'm like, and why are we doing that? Like it's one of those things that I would rather spend a ton of money. When you don't buy a studio and you don't have a crew, I could buy you a $10,000 system for your house that's going to make you look amazing, and we could build a whole set behind you, and we could have all of that stuff, and you can keep it, and so for the same money. And I find that there's something intimate about the single people and single frames. It's something that we noticed over time. Again, we were doing, if you go back and look for, there's like a Google for Entrepreneurs that we did with Richard Branson and Elon Musk. The video quality is all over the place. I mean, it's Hangouts, and Richard Branson's coming in from his island, and there's all this stuff, but there's something about it where they start slow and then they pick up speed, and there's these incredible little, there's just something about the two of them talking back and forth. And I just realized you'd never get that on stage. You would never get that on stage in front of there was like 5,000 people watching at the time, live. And in 5,000 people, you would never get that feeling of, you can hear them and see everything about their expressions and everything else in a way that I just don't think you get. And I think that it's something different, and I would say superior to being in the room. I'd much rather watch an artist, like whether we were Daria or Brian the week before. I really felt like there's something about that we're much closer to them than we would ever be if they were in even a small bar. And so I think that I'm much more interested in getting it out of the whole physical production thing, and just really sticking with how do we get into people's houses, and how do we make that look great, and not necessarily how do we go back to location production, and so I know that sounds crazy, but I think that, I'd rather get good at that or better at that than go back. Go ahead, Laura.
I just wanted to say, you just validated something, one of my own personal insecurities, that I've always experienced the world differently from the disability perspective of, I prefer to be on, I've always preferred, concerts on video, blah, 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 over the real experience. And this is the first time I ever heard anybody validate that outside of my community.
And I want to say that well, and I admit that I'm inherently antisocial. So I'm not, my wife jokes that this is like the perfect thing. I'm in my like bubble now because I'm not that. But I will say that there is something about having a lot of people together that are all going the same direction that's very powerful. So I'm not saying that we should never get together, but I think that for artists, and I noticed, I think I talked about this yesterday, is that I found that I had the opportunity to see a band grow, over a year or two, from 50 people that barely knew who they were to, stadiums, so there's a band called Live in the early 90s. And so they started, my radio station was the first station to play them. And so I got to see them and know them, as it kind of moved up through that pipeline. And I just realized that the stadium, that really broke it for me, that watching them at Red Rocks, which is an incredible venue to watch a concert, was not compelling compared to, a couple hundred people watching in a bar, or having, like, I want to try to persuade Ed. I don't know what he's doing right now, but I'd love to persuade him to do a concert, where he's doing it out of his house, like what we saw Brian do, because he's really a deep thinker and really talented. And so it'd be really interesting to see that. And so I think that bands, have a really great opportunity right now to have that connection with their fans in a way that wouldn't be there otherwise. Go ahead, Sky.
I'm also curious, and this is a personal question, which no is a perfectly acceptable answer, so you don't have to say it, Alex, but you're a different age. You have different familial responsibilities. You have different aspirations than you did 20, 30 years ago. I'm just curious, where does that have to do with the equation of?
Yeah, I don't know.
What we're
I
talking
never
about?
liked it. I never liked. It's
fair enough.
You know, I never liked being around a lot of people. I mean, it's probably a whole nother conversation, but
yeah,
I pay a lot of attention to people, so it's kind of like if you put me in a room, it's saturating for me because people are saturating. You know, for me because
overstimulation.
Yeah, and so and so the thing is that I like to keep it in small amounts because anyway, I absorb a lot with people around me, and so I just try to keep it to a minimum.
I like my people like I like my coffee in small amounts.
I'm new to this is Bill McIntosh says I'm new to Final Cut Pro, but started using it to create better screen capture videos. Used to use iMovie. Since it's only screen capture, is there a setting to make the file smaller? To export is set to the computer H.264 1280 by 720. Go ahead, Bill.
That's really the function of compressor in the process. So if you want to take a movie, a screen capture, and make it smaller, normally you'd load it into a compressor, and it's got tons of tools to control.
The dial that will make a big difference for you is keyframes. So if you create a larger distance between what happens is when you're compressing. I actually did a talk at WWDC in 2007 about this because people couldn't figure out how MacBreak was so small in HD. And the reason is that we extended the keyframes out to about 200, 250 frames between every keyframe, because when you're doing a screen, now it doesn't work if something's moving slowly. There's a bunch of things it doesn't work for, but it doesn't rewind well at all. But if you lay those, the keyframes are typically 30 or 60. And if you make them a large distance between those keyframes, that's the only time there's a whole frame, unless something changes dramatically. So it will lay a new keyframe if you change something dramatically. But but otherwise, screen captures it's what we did in MacBreak. It's how we fit those into something we could actually afford to distribute, was to extend those keyframes. And then you play with the quality level. And compressor now, the new compressor, it's a little harder to do that because it doesn't really have that little slider anymore. It used to be, we used to joke, 55% there was a point at between 55 and 60% quality on compressor that if you went below it, compressor just decided you don't care anymore. Oh, they don't care anymore. I'm just going to bash this thing out. So, but lowering that overall quality and then increasing the keyframes will make a dramatic difference on the file size for screen captures specifically. Doesn't work for a lot of other things, but for screen captures, it does. So I would give that a shot. Hosmuk asks, I have a family Zoom meeting session tomorrow. Plan to use ATEM for video. Birthday lady and 3 members sitting at a dining table. Which mic to use? Tried an AT2020, a Shure SM58. Best mic was the MacBook Pro 13-inch. Any thoughts? So area mic, something that's going to pick up the everyone. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, between those two mics, definitely the 2020. But still, it's not ideal because I mean, like a 2020 wants you to be right here. So between the two, I'd pick the 2020. But if you have other choices, I'd rather go with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are some like tabletop mics and area mics that you can use that I haven't spent a lot of time using, so I just don't know them well enough. Jesse and then Bill.
Yeah, maybe take the 2020 and put it up high on a stand and then just point it down towards the group if people are going to be standing up and walking around rather than down low.
Mm-hmm. Bill and then Hosmuk.
Yeah, that used to be the kind of the province of what's called PZM mics, pressure zone modulation mics, and they used to sit in the middle of a table. They normally need to be on a flat surface. I have never had what I would call really satisfactory results out of using them, but that's what they were trying to do.
Of course, you could also use an ambio mic and just get a whole surround sound experience. Anyway, go ahead, Hosmuk.
Yeah, Jesse, my family is quite lazy, so they'll be sitting down, not standing. I actually took out the MixPre and my MacBook for tomorrow's session, and my wife says, why can't we just have your MacBook and nothing else and keep it simple? And I said, well, we need 2-3 different angles of the video. So now the audio is the problem. So how do we pipe the
Turning
audio?
family time into production time.
Yeah. So
Now,
no, because I'll have over 24, 30 family members in the Zoom meetings. So
one
I
thing I
gotta
would
look good.
One thing that and it's live, so it's
Yeah.
it's live multi-camera.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking multi-camera because we won't be sitting next to each other, so there'll be one sitting opposite each other, and I'll be sitting on the throne at the head of the table.
Yeah.
So that's the problem.
Jeffrey, and then Sky.
I have this from IK Multimedia. It's called the iRig Microcast. It actually is supposed to set on the phone. It's got a magnetic back, so it'll set on the phone like this. But it also does because you don't want to have the I can't think of the way where it's going all around as opposed to just one direction, because you
Omni.
can choose Omni. Yeah, thank you. You can choose it to be Omni, or you can choose it to be directional. And the best part about this mic is it's pretty small. You could probably put it into like a flower pot or something like that, and people wouldn't see it. It is
Sky?
USB though.
Sky, and then Mickey.
Embrace Alex's comment. Is it easy to watch or easy to do? And I get getting in the way of family and all your tech and your geeky stuff is not what she wants, but helping her to understand at the other end that their experience is going to be kind of dependent upon how cool you can get out of the way with your technology.
Exactly.
Mickey.
Yeah.
It's a hard sell. I get it.
Like I have sort of a solution, knowing like what microphones, having idea of what microphones Hasmukh has on hand. I think Hasmukh mentioned you mentioned that you have 2 G3 lavs available to you. So I would try what I think Jeffrey mentioned, wherein have the 80-20-20 up high. Then if you can somehow get your lavs like hanging down from the ceiling, so it's sort of like almost like a choir mic pickup. It's not going to sound pretty, but people will hear you and understand you. And then if you have mix assist on your mix pre, balance between those 3 sources.
Mm-hmm.
So have the 2 lavs hanging down.
And we definitely when is this happening, Hasmukh?
Tomorrow.
Well, we definitely want to report.
Okay, yeah. So where will you place the Zoom link? We need the Zoom link.
Yeah. We want to. Suddenly it'll be 180 of your closest friends.
Mickey, you're not the only shy person, okay?
Send a Discord of all your microphones, and then we can figure out which ones will work the best.
Go ahead, Guy.
I think you got the audio side figured out with the rest of the guys' chat, but do you have a large screen TV? Because if you can see the reactions of people, if you could roll that in, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, I've got the big Dell monitor, so I'm going to use that as my second monitor, so that we can see everybody else in a grid view.
And then if you want a little help, ping me in Discord, and I'll invite the Zoom room and bring your meeting up to 720p if you'd like.
This is gonna be one damn popular birthday session.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
Hasmukh, you do not look like the typical geek, but you're fitting the form really well.
Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, Hasmukh, I hope you understand that you will not be eating during this meal. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So our next question here, Troy Warrior asks, recently someone recommended Decimator MD-HX for basic SDI HDMI analysis. What are some of the other basic tools for SDI HDMI signal analysis? And finally, is a scope set a necessity? So I don't think we were talking about the Decimator as a analysis tool. It's a converter. We can convert it from SDI to HDMI, HDMI to SDI. You can do some scaling. And a lot of us have them. I have a couple laying here. Hold on.
But it does tell you information on the screen as to what you're receiving, so you know pretty quick.
Yeah. You can. You're right. You can get some information about what you're getting, but it's not what I would consider a traditional analysis tool. This is the little box that we're talking about. This is the MD-HX, and a lot of us have at least one of these in our bag because you just never know when you need to convert a signal. So anyway, so that's the Decimator. As far as scopes go, a lot of what we use is actually scope box on the Mac. We don't use the hardware versions of those for the most part. We find that scope box is nice because we can scale it up and and move it around and get what we think is important up and the other things that aren't as important down. And when it comes to hardware, Fabrics is what I end up using for like real SDI analysis. So if someone says we need a piece of hardware that's going to analyze everything all the way down to the packets of the SDI and the bank data and everything else, Fabrics is it's with a PH, PHABR, I think Y. I want to say Y or YX or whatever, but Fabrics is what we use for that. But a lot of these monitors, as Guy's about to show you, have some of those analysis tools built into them. Guy, what are you showing there?
This is just a simple Ninja Inferno, but it does have the on-screen waveform, vector scope, and this one's got HDMI, and I think this one has SDI. Actually, that's the Shogun. So there's two models. One has HDMI only, and the other one has SDI as well. But then it's also a recorder. So nice tools to have because you can also punch in to check focus and things like that. But cool device for, I think they're $700-800.
Yeah,
So
I kind of feel like, when you're actually working with the cameras or responsible for them, I do feel like it really makes things easier. Waveform, RGB parade, and vector scopes are the things that are the most important. They'll add histograms, but I think that's just mostly for Photoshop users to like see something that they know. So I'm always like, why would we look at a histogram? So anyway, so for video folks, the waveforms and the RGB parade are important. Some of the things, if you're doing green screen, the RGB parade is super important because it shows you the level of your screen, but also the difference between your green channel and your red and blue channels, so you can make sure that you're getting proper separation. And then the vector scope is, of course, your skin colors, and again, with some certain kinds of charts, you can very accurately view your color that you're doing there. I don't do any camera shoots where I don't use scopes, and most of our streams have scopes going through. Now, I find audio scopes are more important to me than video scopes. So the video scopes are, for what we do when we're doing it remotely, because I'm not accountable for the cameras. I can ask for things and everything else, but those outputs I don't have as much control over. Audio is something I worry about all the time. So I use a lot of scopes for that. And so there's one called ATEM. The newest one is called, I think, the one that we've been playing with at least, which is kind of cool, is Sonic ATEM on the Mac. And then I have Spectre. It looks like Synaptic is going to re-release Spectre, which is our favorite. It definitely was by far the best Mac-based scopes out there. Go ahead, Bill.
So the purpose, I think, of all these tools is an utterly neutral referee. It doesn't care what monitor you hang on things, doesn't care what camera you're shooting with. It's going to show you the reality of what's there. And that's worth its weight in gold. So if you don't do anything else, learning basic scope reading, if you're going to move up in the industry, is incredibly important. Understand just the fundamentals of a vector scope, waveform monitor, RGB parade. You don't have to dive in and take a giant class or become an expert, but if you know those things, you will always be in control of what's going to end up going out.
And we're going to finally break down. I know that there's been a bunch of requests for it. We're going to finally break down on Monday and do scopes. So we're just going to talk about video scopes on Monday, and we're just video scopes, and we'll just have a discussion. Maybe we'll see if you guys have a lot of questions, but we're going to show that on Monday, and so we'll go through it then and go from there. Go ahead, Sky.
I just appreciated Mickey making a comment about the audio level. It's just so that you get a baseline for the entire variety, so that I'm struggling with my own Sunday morning service, is that we've got one level here and one level down here. And I'm just imagining those poor 80-year-old people at home just constantly chasing the volume knob because we're not giving a constant signal or constant baseline.
When you're talking to somebody in production, when I say I'm the streaming, I'm the caboose, right? I'm at the end of a production pipe a lot of times. And so I'm talking to somebody in the room, and they're saying, well, it sounds fine to me. And I'm like, well, it's not fine. And they're like, well, it sounds good to me. And I'm like, I don't care what your ears think. Look at this picture, and I'll just point at it like, this is where it should be. This is where it is. And I can very clearly show, like, if the polarity's off on one of my, if something's out of phase, and I have a scope that is sitting like this and then sitting like this. I don't have to explain to you what happened. I can see it mechanically. I can see that, not mechanically, but visually, I can see that scope is now the right and left channels are off, And then the other one that we love is there's a inspector, there is a level history. And so it's just this long line that goes across and it shows your level history, and we can color code it based on the levels. And so now what we can do is sit there and I can look across the screen at 9 different rooms or 20 rooms being streamed. And I don't need to listen to all of them to tell you whether they're working or not. I can scan them real quickly and go, room number 8 has an audio problem, and just because I'm looking at the numbers, and so that's the power of being able to have something visually representing, what that looks like.
Well, and
Sonic,
from a video scope 2 issue is I've got a little $80 cheap throwaway monitor. It's not giving me good quality, so I need some level of performance because it ain't coming from that little monitor.
But it definitely gives you certainty. So we'll talk about scopes on Monday, and we'll go from there. The Creighton Fromer says replacement audio system installed at church causes intermittent popping from speakers that weren't replaced. Popping isn't in the recording and isn't volume clipping. Ideas: loose speaker connection or grounding. Go ahead, Mickey.
I would say this is most likely dirty power going into the amplifiers of the speakers, like whether the speakers are self-powered or you're running an external amp.
Right.
It could be some sort of one of the new equipment installed might be putting in dirty power, or maybe the new amplifier might be more sensitive to dirty power. But popping is like 70-80% of the time something to do with power.
Mm-hmm. Jeffrey?
Depends on the type of popping. Definitely it's a power issue like Mickey says, but also check on your crossover if it has a crossover and see what that's set at. And of course, we need to know what type of speakers you have, if you're mixing and matching, or if you've got a straight up system, how that works. But check the power first is definitely a good start.
Jesse?
And if they're unpowered speakers, which they may be if they're the historic speakers that are in there, shorten the distance between the amplifier and the speaker and run, quality speaker cables.
Mickey?
Yeah, and if it is power, to solve it, voltage regulators, large voltage regulators that would power the entire system, would solve it. And if we have the budget, fully online UPSs will also clean that up. Fully online meaning that the inverters are always drawing power from the batteries, and your equipment is always being powered by the batteries.
Yep, absolutely. Jesse asks, simplest recommended way, not a Zoom webinar, to do side-by-side 2-shot in Zoom meeting with 2 people coming in on the same Zoom meeting. Can you explain that, Jesse, a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So I have this teacher that I've worked with several times in person, and what she likes to do is to do this deep, intensive work with another person, kind of side by side. So that's how we would produce it in a in-person live stream, to have that kind of split. And I know that you can do that in a webinar. Basically, you just promote people to panelists, and then you can just have those 2 up. But if you're in a normal meeting, is there any way to it's almost like if Zoom had like a dual spotlight feature where we could spotlight more than one person?
The only way I know of doing it off the top of my head is to have everybody else during that moment turn off their feeds and set their setting to don't view muted video. And then you'd end up with the 2, and it would go back and there'd be like 3 that weren't paying attention, and then the peer pressure would be for them to turn their cameras off, and then everybody would disappear. So that would give everybody a split screen in the meeting. I don't know of any other way to do it. Sky and then Jeffrey.
Teams has the ability to pin more than one person at a time, and that's a whole different exercise.
Jeffrey.
So what you're doing is you have 2 people, but that second person is changing throughout Zoom. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's just a teacher and then a guest that they're going to do a sort of intense session on. So those 2 people would be up for quite a while,
They would be there constantly. Okay. Well, then what I would suggest is using something like OBS and vMix or Wirecast to actually bring them in using their web-based system, and then take that video straight to Zoom that way. They might have a little bit more delay than if you're doing a Q&A Q&A session from the other Zoom panelists, but you both stay in that same window, and you can choose either yourself, or I'm sorry, the person presenting versus the student, or you can do a split screen right there, so you have both of them in the same frame.
Yeah, but trying to do it all inside of Zoom, probably not possible. You probably have to have some kind of outboard video production to make that work.
Yeah, that's right, because we can't bring the guest in because we don't necessarily know who the guest is ahead of time, who that person that the teacher will sort of bring up spontaneously.
Right. Yeah. I think webinar would be the way to do that right now. But then you can't break into rooms.
Wait, would there be a way to do it with two meetings? I'm trying to think of if you sucked them in through having multiple meetings and then somehow they were watching the results of another meeting, or would there be too much delay there?
Ugh.
Yeah, it'd be a mess, but it might be one way of doing it if you had to do it.
Yeah. 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 I mean, that's why some people are playing with Jitsi, because Jitsi is kind of let you do whatever you want to do. Like you can create a bunch of different things. But you have to have a coder that can actually execute that for you. And WebRTC in general, you could build a WebRTC solution for smaller meetings. It's just that you'll lose all the other features that Zoom gives you. And so that's the challenge right now. Greg Gibson says, anyone have experience with Hopin platform? I think this has come up a couple times. It seems like a great virtual replacement for live conference format with networking and expo capability, but haven't heard much about it. I think that I know a lot of people that are interested in Hopin and they play with it, but I don't hear anybody going back to it again. So that's the only thing. I don't see a lot of repeat customers of Hopin. I think that people are starting to wrap their head around the fact that trying to reproduce the experience of the in-room experience online isn't working. I think that's starting to, there's a whole bunch of companies here that are doing this kind of halfway in between, and we can move you into this room and we can give you an expo and we can do all these other things. And I think that it's slowly sinking in for folks that that's not going to be the future. And these companies are desperate to make it the future, and there's expo companies and production companies and everything else that are pushing them on their clients, but we don't see a lot of clients that are returning to it over and over again. I think that they're trying to figure it out. I don't know if anyone's figured that out, but I haven't seen. I've seen people interested in Hopin, and I've seen people use it, but when I come back to them, they're back to what they were doing before. Online. They're not doing any of these twice, at least the clients that I have. So it could be certain clients that get into it and really like it, but I don't have any experience with that. All right, next question. Abe says, do you know of any app on Mac and PC that I can use to write notes, but overlay on top of programs so that I can view notes while using another application? So it's having the notes float over top of. There have been stuff in the past that I've seen. There are some note ones on the Mac, at least, that will float over your, like apps that have windows that will always be at the top, that will float over with notes. I mean, usually most of us, what we do is we just organize our windows around it so that the notes are over on one side. But if what you're looking for is that I can use, to write notes and overlay on top of other programs so that I can view notes while using another application. Yeah, I think that most of us just organize our notes. I know what you're saying. You want the window to float all the time over top of the app, even if the app's in some kind of full screen mode. And I don't know of any way to. I mean, I know that there are ways to do it. I haven't used them recently. Bill and then Colin.
Well, again, I'm having trouble parsing exactly what they're trying to do out of this, but to me, I just use Notepad, the little Mac app, and it'll float anywhere you want to put it, but it's not transparent. And so when he says overlay.
Yeah, so it's over top of it. So the problem you get in with notes is that then you have to go back and find it, and then you come back and you go back and find it. The idea is can you have something floating? And there is apps that do this, and I just haven't that.
Yeah, what he's looking for on a Mac is stickies. It's a default app. You can change the background of the sticky notes. It tries to emulate, Post-it notes in its behavior. But I think you can make the background transparent.
There was an app that maybe 10 or 15 years ago I had that would float over top of all my Mac apps, and it was semi-transparent actually, which is a little weird, but it would sit over top of it, and as long as it was opened, it was on top. And I could just sit there and I could just tap it and type, and then tap it and type, and I used it all the time. And then some update broke it, and then I never used it again. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Notepad++, That is an app for coders that you can use. I use it as a notepad. I just get rid of my notepad and use Notepad++ because it does a lot of things like autofill-in if you want to. But if you go to view and you have always on top, it's right at the top of that list, and that should be able to float over any program. And that's Windows and Mac.
I think that what happened for me is that when that app, whatever, I can't remember what the name of it is right now, broke. I started using Notes and then just never went back because Notes appears on all my computers. I don't lose it, and I can put them in little folders and I can draw on it in my iPad. And I'm so addicted to my Notes that every meeting I have, I just open them up there, and then I have little folders, and I have all the notes that I had with all my clients. And I know that there's better software for it, but there's not better software that's everywhere. Go ahead, Sky.
Well, Evernote. I tried to use Evernote as my notes thing, but then I've ended up using, because it just shows up and it auto syncs to my iPad,
Right.
my iPhone, my blah, blah,
Yeah, it's
Pretty
lethal.
magic.
George Kennedy says, Alex, what are your thoughts on the DNC mentioning that they may not go back to physical conventions after the success of the past week? I think that's coming for a lot of conventions. I think that in the same way that we were talking about before the show started, REI is closing their headquarters. They're going to sell the building, close the headquarters, and go virtual. They're going to have smaller mini headquarters and push more, lean in to people working from home. And so they're going to give people places to go if they need it, but they're not going to require it. And I think that with conventions, we're not seeing it yet, but we're bidding on some stuff that if we get it early next year, I think that we're going to start going down a path where people see how much we can do for the price, and then the conventions don't make any sense anymore. It's just for what we're doing, for what it costs, the conventions will cease to make sense because we're going to reach millions of people at 100th of the cost that it was before. And are they all having the same experience they had in the convention? No, but there's 100 times more people, and so if they have a 100th of the experience, it's still a higher impact. So the technology, there's so much money being spent right now on this and so much investment and development. I think we're just going to get to a point where it's not that we're never going to get together, but we're not going to get together for this convention. I think that a lot of these folks are figuring out how to interact with their audience more effectively over long periods of time. So instead of interacting with your audience every 3 months or every year, you're interacting with them every week or every day. And I think that's the future, not pulling everybody together. Because we have to remember, every convention essentially excludes 85% of the world. Like always, like every convention, at least 85% of the world. Go ahead, Sky.
The unique thing is REI is based right here, and it's in a beautiful building, and they try to create all of the external experiences inside a space, and it's brand new, and they're walking away from it.
Well,
the climbing walls, the rope things, the try your shoes, it's wow.
Well, yeah, and a lot of companies are talking about it, and a lot of them are quietly experimenting with it and pushing people, starting to let people go or push them out, because a lot of the ideas like open office. I don't know what REI does, but open office in COVID, it has been an unmitigated disaster.
Real estate in general is going to be changing, not just convention.
Yep, absolutely. Emily, let's see here. I just want to make sure this is okay. Well, yeah. Emily said, I got the Brio and installed Logi-Capture. The app seems to cause stuttering in the video on Zoom. Clap tests are off. Better camera management app or setup details. Go ahead, Hasmukh.
Same as the camera settings. The capture is no good.
Oh, capture's no good. Okay, there you go. And you're crackling a little bit, Hasmukh. I'm not sure why. Your audio is crackling a little bit, but yeah. And then I don't know. I haven't tried the Brio with like manual camera. I don't know if they interact or not. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah. I saw Emily mention in the chat that she's using a MacBook Air, and correct me if I'm wrong. The Brio is 4K, correct?
Yep.
So if it's going out to Zoom, it's probably going out at 720p or lower. So that's a lot of scaling that the machine has to do. So I wonder if it's something with the computer.
I think it may be trying to pass it through capture. I think that's the issue. Is it's trying to pass it through capture rather than just sending it directly from the camera to Zoom. I think that's most likely your issue. Bill?
Yeah, I've had various problems on older machines when I had limited USB ports and I tried to use passive port extenders and had 3 or 4 or 5 USB things plugged into a small underpowered machine. I would often get devices that wouldn't recognize or would drop signal and things like that. So just try to make it as clean as possible getting into the computer.
And last question here is from John Preto. This is in our first hour. Then we're going to give everybody a little bit of a break. Last question is, do you have a plan if your video router fails, or do you simply use the Constellation as a backup? Yeah, we have patch panels, so pins and cables that you can reroute everything, not perfectly. We also have backup routers, so we're basically pinning between the routers is typically how we approach that. So for smaller systems, we have typically 2 routers at some point. We would have to do some physical pieces, but we use Bittree non-normal patch panels. And what's nice about them is you put the pins in and you have you put the pins in and you can physically see what's connected to what, and then you have cables that you can move back and forth. So you do have to have a plan for it though. And we've had it's funny, not had a Blackmagic router fail, but we have had bigger routers fail, more expensive ones, Harris routers, which have been which we patched. It was a big patch panel is what got around that issue. So I'm gonna. I know that we have a couple more questions, but I think we're gonna have to put them off here, and we're gonna switch to education. So if I didn't get to your question today, and you're gonna be here tomorrow, go ahead and bring that up tomorrow, and we'll. I'm gonna knock these out for now. The questions now, as we get ready for 9 o'clock, is for education only. So if you have an education question, put those in. Mickey will add, if you're an educator that wants to be if you're anyone who wants to be part of the conversation about education, raise your Zoom hand and we'll bring you in and do the mic check. We were doing the mic checks at the top of the hour, and of course it starts eating into our hours. So when we do this kind of in-between thing where we add more people, we're gonna stop early so that we have enough time to do a quick mic check with the new folks. And so if you're interested, go ahead again and raise your hand. You can raise your hand over the next 10 minutes and we'll bring people in and have them do mic checks. Paul, real quick.
Yeah, just a quick question, housekeeping.
You're breaking up, Paul. We're hearing every other second.
All right, now I'm good. Sorry, I don't know what caused that, but I'll figure it out. But when you change sessions like you're doing now, does the Mukana chat reset or does it continue?
Chat's not straight. I just struck the questions, but that's it. Anyway, so yeah, so we'll if you have those questions again, just if I didn't get to them, we'll bring them up. We don't have a way to manage that well right now, so sorry about that.
So you're not recycling the chat. You're not stopping it and starting it fresh.
No.
Okay, good deal. Thank you.
Chat will keep going. I just cleared the question so that we were ready to go there. And I apologize if I took some questions out. We're just going to clear it. We'll figure out a better way to manage that. We don't have one yet. So anyway, so I'm gonna step away for a minute and let Mickey. And Mickey, are you gonna? Whoa, Mickey's. I don't know if Mickey's here. So, are you done, Mickey? Your audio's off.
Oh yeah, I just have to get to some emails that I have to go through.
Okay, no, that's fine. So
yeah, but I'll be here for the next hour. I just during the break, I'll just go through. I need to go through emails.
Okay, no, that's fine. Jesse, do you want to do the
This is a test 5 4 3 2 1?
Yeah, your video's not on, John. Jesse, do you want to do mic checks for the new folks?
Sure, no sweat.
Okay, great. I'm gonna be out just for a second.
Hey Jesse, before you jump on that, I think I figured out something for you. So back to your question, if you had a meeting with the 2 people, well, let's say all the people were in there, you push all the other attendees to a breakout room. So everybody else is in the breakout room except those 2 people. Then take a second computer with NDI and add that as an attendee into here. And then that way they're seeing what only those 2 people are. Does that make sense?
I think
I
so.
think it'll
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
So this would be an NDI. So this
Mhm.
is an NDI screen capture of this, and you take the audio too, and then push it over to there. So now the people in the breakout room can see that if they go full screen, and then when you want them to come back, you just throw them all back into the main meeting.
Ah, nice trickery. I took a screen grab of that too, so I'll demo it later. Thank you, Guy. Appreciate that.
Chris Finwick's comment though is if you're doing screen grabs, be careful that when you're muted, your audio doesn't automatically throw that, hey, you're trying to talk into the mic thing. And he said that's run his visual image before, FYI.
Ah. All right, so we have some new people on the panel at the moment. So if you're not new, go ahead and mute yourself. If you've already done a mic check this morning, I think, Paul, you might be unmuted at the moment, if you don't mind. And then I guess we'll just start with the first person on my screen that I can see that's new. Let's see, let me go down the list here. Chris Clark, how about that?
Good morning from Tempe, Arizona. How do I sound at 51% humidity? It's very oppressive here.
Very nice. Yeah, I lived in Arizona for a couple years. It's like living on Mars. I don't know why people do it, but they do. All right, cool. And let's go over to Kent Kersey.
Good morning. This is Kent Kersey from Salem, Oregon, talking into a Shure SMB 7B through the, is that a little hot or is it?
It's actually slightly low. You know, that SM7B needs a ton of gain.
Yeah. Yeah. I've got a FET head thing on it and
okay.
So a little bit hot now. Maybe?
It's a little hot. Yeah, maybe a little back down. A few
All right. So still talking. And I remember there's a lag there of a few seconds, right? Before you get that magic number. Sweet. Thank you.
That's the spot. Thanks, Kent. And Emily, you're next.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your feedback in the chat about my camera issues. I just am feeding the Brio right now directly in, no app changing or controlling anything. Seems to be better. How's
Cool.
that?
Sounds good. Looks sharp with the Brio. Let's go, Bruce Francis.
Good morning, everyone, from a gray Naples, Florida, although we've just been bypassed by a couple of hurricanes, which was nice. And how does that sound? Is that coming through okay?
It sounds good. It sounds like a Apple headset mic. Pretty decent.
This was advice from my son, who gave. I'm following exactly what he told me to do.
They sound much nicer than the AirPods, the wireless Bluetooth ones. Oh my God! All right, so let's go with John Idelson next.
Good morning from Monterey, California, and a little hot there. So let me see what I can do here. Sorry about that, guys. This is a test from beautiful Monterey, California, where the fires have succeeded to raise havoc around here. I think this is what it's going to be. I'll
very cool. Yeah,
my own modulation.
Sounds good. Thanks, John. Good to see you. And let's see, who do we have next? If anyone else? Oh, Roscoe, go ahead, man.
Hey, John. I guess those fires aren't dropping on those $1 million cars this weekend, so I'm a little hot there. Let me see if I can turn that down. I got to get to my settings.
And a little noisy. I don't know. It sounds like a fan, or it could just be your computer fan or something like that going on.
Yeah, it's going to be 90 degrees, 98 or something here today. So I think I'm running the right range now. Am I a little low? Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. Thanks so much. Yeah, Californians, you know, if you got an old home, you typically don't have an air conditioner, so it's fan or die pretty much. Let's see. Anyone else is new? You can raise your hand. I think we got everybody. So we have 5 minutes or so to talk amongst ourselves before we get started.
See, my wife is trying to jump on, but there's probably nobody that can see her Zoom hand at the moment, I'm guessing.
Oh, I see what you mean. Like she's in attendees. I don't think I can add. Let's see. Oh, I can promote people to panelists. What do you know? And someone already did that. Okay, we've got Blair Anderson and Tony M. If you'd like to be on the panel, go ahead and turn your cameras on. Just go down to the bottom left corner and hit Start Video. Hey Blair. So go ahead and unmute if you can, and then
Hey.
let's take a look at your audio level.
Yep, here we are. Blair Anderson from Maryland. Let's see, what's my number at? I'm at about 20, right? How we sound?
Can you talk about how amazing the crabs are in Maryland? I grew up out there, so.
You know, I've never been able to do that with the hammers and everything. We've done it once, and I hate it. It's too much work to get the meat out of the crab.
Yeah, it's a kind of caveman experience, isn't it?
Yeah,
You could probably come down just one notch.
Okay.
Thanks very much. And then Tony M, are you around?
Hey guys, I'm here.
Okay, getting some delay, so you might want to use headphones on your setup over there.
Okay.
Or some echo, I should say.
I'm using an external display.
Uh-huh.
And it's not letting me. Hold on a second.
Yeah, it might just, for today, it might be easiest to just unplug that second display and go back to your single display till we can get that established.
It kind of sounds like there's another machine that is watching the webinar.
Okay, like two people or two machines logged in?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Is that correct? Because his own voice is coming out of the speakers, and that shouldn't happen with just one machine.
Oh, yeah, good point.
How do I sound now?
Okay, there we go. Now we're in business. And let's go ahead and if you want to describe what you had for breakfast or lunch or something like that, then we can get a good level for you or whatever you want to talk about.
Okay, I had coffee and a country sausage. I don't know if you guys know what that is. And a piece of bread, and that was it.
Great. That sounds good. Thanks so much. Sounds like a lovely meal. Appreciate that.
Okay, let me put in my power mic.
And you're still unmuted there, Tony, so just so you know. And I think
Sorry about that.
I think we're done with sound. Oh, we have Cyprian. Let's maybe add Cyprian really quick.
I've missed Cyprian. This is
Cyprian,
awesome.
are you there? Would you mind turning your camera on and doing a quick sound check? Looking for -20.
Hi there. This is a test of my microphone. How am I doing here? Okay. It's a beautiful sunny day here in Vancouver. How's my sound levels?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, great. Thanks.
We miss you, Cyprian.
Yeah, I was like, Cyprian's here.
Yeah.
Now we're ready to have a conversation. By the way, for those of you who are watching right now, we don't have a lot of questions. In fact, right now we have no questions. So this could be, we'll all talk amongst ourselves, but we're going into this without any questions. If you're watching, if you're interested in education, you got to ask questions, or this will be a really short show. Like, well, there's a lot of other things we could do this morning. It might be, it might be not the right, maybe this isn't the right thing to do on a Saturday morning. All right, we go get some questions starting to come up here. So ask questions. Your job as the viewers, as the attendees, is to ask questions, and vote those questions up and down. Our job is to discuss them. So definitely think through that. I do have to make one admission, which is that we're gonna bring in a bunch of people in here, so we might. Okay, we have a couple more people coming in. So while we're bringing more people in and checking them real quick, go ahead and ask questions and vote on those questions to kind of keep things moving forward. We're going to put off the coffee film festival until next week because I realized I have to give a place for people to just upload them. It was bad form for me to say, here's the thing, is playing them off of YouTube into Zoom was really cumbersome. And I was like, that's not going to work. And then I will admit that I didn't want to set the policy of I'm going to rip things off of YouTube to put them onto. I felt like that was breaking rules that I shouldn't break in this forum. So what we're going to do is we're going to give people a place to put them, like a Dropbox or something. I'll have that up on Monday for people to put up, and they can put them in there so we can load them into playback rather than having them up on. I think YouTube makes sense for us to look at them in Discord, but we have to have somewhere we can download them properly and then get them ready for playback. So I apologize for that delay, but we will have it next Saturday. We'll have the little coffee film festival. I did find a good one on. I found one on TikTok that I thought was worth looking at, which we'll show, which is, I'll put a link to it in Discord, but it was just someone doing it. It's less than a minute and it's a lot of information. And I was like, oh, okay, and I've been, usually when I try to think about how to teach something really fast, I roam around TikTok because TikTok has become, for education, I just will let you know that TikTok is, your kids are watching it, a lot of it, and it is, to me, becoming the standard for like super fast. I'm going to teach you something really, really quickly because you got a minute to get the idea across. And I think that's it's not that it's the be all end all. It's not the replacement of all education. It's just a really interesting thing to meditate around of thinking about how to say something very, very quickly. Go ahead, Nick, and then Blair.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to redo my coffee one, but I actually did a video tutorial on basically compiling software for Unreal Engine. And I was really proud of myself to get that tutorial down to 7 minutes. And then I accepted your challenge and I redid it. That took me maybe, I don't know, that 7 minutes probably took me 15 to 20 minutes to record and edit. And then I spent the rest of the day editing it down to 1 minute and re-recording bits and all of that. And oh my gosh, I got all the content in 1 minute. And then I replayed the 7 minute version. I couldn't get past the first several seconds. Like, this is killing me.
I mean, that's the hardest part. And again, this gets back into the thing that we say a lot is that, as Sky said earlier, in the earlier part of the show, is that content is easy to make or it's easy to watch. It's rarely both, maybe never both. And so I
was just going to say, there's definitely a place for both because I felt like I couldn't discuss what I was doing. I was just ripping through what I was doing. And this was, this is also a step-by-step skill set, like making coffee.
Right.
I think there's absolutely a place for Socratic discussion and engaging students and explaining, but I think also if someone were to watch the 7 minute one, they would never want to watch that again. But if they can't remember one of the steps, they could go to the 60-second version and just play it and like, oh, that's it. That's the piece I forgot. Thanks.
Right. And I think that's the key is figuring out how there could be different levels of this that are at different pieces. Go ahead, Blair.
So I've taken the challenge as well and actually did a video yesterday using a combination of the stop action and the torch technique, got it down to a minute. Now I teach classes that are typically 6 hours long. And so what I'm doing is chopping it up and taking all those techniques, torch techniques, whatever the techniques are for the adult classes that I teach. And it's actually very surprising how you can get that reduced. I did the same as Nick. I had it at, I think, 2 minutes and then whittled away, putting in the stop action, which, by the way, I learned doing stop action, if you do it backwards, it works much better than trying to tell the story forwards. But yeah, it works. And I'm encouraged because I've been muddling through this and listening to you guys and being kind of discouraged along the way, how to make what is a real experience face-to-face with my students to an online experience. So,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Colin.
I was just going to suggest that, and you touched on this, that Nick's experience indicates that, yes, there are definitely two levels of this. There's the presentation of the steps, and then there's mastery of the process. And
right.
The presentation of the steps can be presented in the 1 minute video. The mastery of the process would require at least the longer video, if not something even more in depth.
and I think that I think the key is trying to figure out a way to layer content so that I can, like what we did with the 3D toolkit years ago, was that in 1 minute, 1 or 2 minutes, I'm going to show you how the entire thing's going to happen. So that's the 10,000 foot view. Then I'm going to do step by step by step by step on how to do it. And I'm going to tell you in each one of those, this is why you're doing that. And this is why you're doing that. And this is why you're doing that. And that's going to take you an hour to get through. But I told you at the very top, like really gave you this big view of how to do it. And if you know what you're looking at, you could probably just watch that and do it. But if you need to have those steps, and so the figuring out of how to layer that is, I think, one of the big things. Bill, and then Sky.
I'll say, I know that you're going to someone else, but I just want to say I also appreciated with those 3D Toolkit DV Garage tutorials that you included a PDF with images and transcription. So I could open the PDF and just glance at, that's the.
And it was painstaking. Like the problem was that, and this is the hardest part with education, is that scalable or repeatable? Like the reason that I'm still not doing them was because it required, the market has to be big enough to put the level of effort in that we put into that. And that market was not, to do that, because it was an enormous lift for us to do, like for me to do my little tutorials on Tech TV that were 3.5 minutes long on Photoshop. And then it was a longer video online. And then I had a PDF that came with it. I started on Monday and I went live on Tech TV on Wednesday, and there was very little I did. I had a handful of meetings, but there was very little I did other than that every week, to make that work. And I just decided Tech TV was worth the PR, and it did well. I mean, it did, I had 1,000 new emails a week because of it, but it was painstaking. Sky, and then Bill, and then Colin.
Nick, welcome into the dark room of editing. Thank you. There is no fast way on the creative process. And the other challenge is, in editing world, it's called, you have to kill your little Nellies. And that's so hard for a creative in the creative process, because we've worked so hard at making something, but the amount of producers that have had to choose to lose that $30,000 shot because it doesn't move the story forward. And so stories have beginning, middle, and end. They could be 3 hours or they could be 30 seconds. So those base structures, but if I had the secret sauce, Nick, of looking up and it's 4 a.m. and I have no idea where that last 7 hours of my editing life went, because I was so focused on getting all the puzzle pieces put together, I wouldn't be sitting here because I'd have too much money, like, Tony Robbins or something. But the challenge is it takes a day to type a 500-page book. It takes a year to write it.
Right. Yeah. Bill?
Oldest problem in the world, and I'm reminded of Blaise Pascal's famous quote that gets shortened down into, I would have written you a shorter letter if I had more time. It takes time to be brief, and it takes focus to be brief, and I don't think that's ever going to change.
Colin?
It's worth looking again at your approach of, you prefer to speak to large audiences and then produce multiple videos catering to the different levels of expertise of those audiences for the reinforcement. The other approach, the contrary approach, would be to provide one set of introductory material and then speak to 3 smaller groups of differing levels of experience, so that you could cater that lecture, that presentation to their particular skill level. Now, it would apply more effectively to different subjects. For example, a subject where the curriculum changes to spending all 3 different tiers of videos, because the curriculum changes on an annual basis. Like, for example, 300 plus level physics. I mean, presumably the curriculum is going to change annually.
Right.
Whereas something like mathematics or English may not change so frequently.
Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, again, there's a lot of things, though, I think that probably 80% of it doesn't change very much, and so especially given that again, that my kids are raptured by connections fascinates me. If I haven't said it over and over and over again, it's a 40-year-old thing that was shot in it's basically SD delivery, horribly compressed, and they prefer to watch it almost over everything else. And so
I'm reminded of my social studies classes in the mid 90s that were taught out of textbooks from the late 70s.
Right.
So you had political theory that no longer applied, that was taught as fact. And, the tests required that you memorize these facts that were inaccurate.
Right.
These supposed facts.
Right.
We need to be careful about how we use the word facts.
And then the questions are stacking up. I'm going to show one example real quick, and then we'll go. This is the coffee one from TikTok that I just wanted to show you as we continue to have this conversation. And again, we're going to do the film festival next week. So if you haven't built your coffee thing, it's not too late. Film festival is going to be next week, and then it's going to be over. Well, no, it won't be over. We'll just keep making them, because I'm going to have to perfect it now. Anyway. This one I thought was an interesting one as far as something worth discussing. Let me see if I can figure this out here on TikTok. Do you guys see that? There we go. So this is this will take less than a minute.
Your cup of coffee like it's my last day on earth. The absolute ultimate cup of coffee. 27 grams of an Ethiopian Yirgacheffe. Coffee into the best grinder you have. I'm going to sift out the ultrafine grains to reduce bitterness. I reground the large particles. Removing the fine grounds helps eliminate bitterness caused by over-extraction of particles. Reweigh the sifted coffee. I'm going to brew 23 grams of coffee to 350 grams of water. Look at those even grounds. Bring filtered water to 93.8 Celsius or 201 Fahrenheit. Rinse paper filter and dump. Put coffee in. Tear the scale. Level it. Create small divot. Start the pour in the middle, 50 grams. Let it bloom 30 seconds. Small circles going in and out and back in, bring it up to 150 grams. When the water drops a half inch, bring it up to 250 grams. A little shake to level the grounds, bring it up to about 300 grams, bring it up to 350. It should take about 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Cheers to my last. I'm going to make a cup of coffee like it's my last day on earth.
So anyway, that's the reason that I find that interesting is just that it's an enormous amount of information about making coffee in a very, very, very short period of time. I guarantee he didn't do that in one take. But that was a complex version of making coffee. It's pretty close to my solution, but not mine. I showed a simple version of what I do, but it's but that I found that to be interesting in the sense that we're trying to get as much information to people as possible. Again, it's not the solution for talking out something or figuring something out. I think that this discussion, the Socratic, us talking through it makes a difference. I think you want audiobooks for kids. I think that one thing that teachers could be doing more of is just talking about something. If you want to do the lecture, give it to the kids in audio and let them think about it and listen to you talk about it. And if you don't have a lot of visuals, I used to do Ask Alex with the Pixel Core, where they would just email the questions in, or they post questions somewhere, and then I would just Saturday morning I'd get up and I just read them all and answer them, and that was like the verse version of what we're doing now. Go ahead, Kent, and then Brian.
Yeah, you noticed something cool about that was the urgency that he had. And so it kept driving it forward, and you could use music for that or something, but it was watchable because he was pulling you along with the tone of his voice, and there was a story happening and there was some action you're trying to figure out how it was going to end.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Brian?
Well, and there was a lot of information there, though, that if you don't have prior knowledge, that you can't exercise. What does tear mean on a scale? Some people aren't going to know what that means. Mm-hmm. And I've been pondering, and this, Nick made me think of this when he was talking about his 7-minute version versus the 1-minute version of the compiling code, is this idea of the 5 was it 5 moments of learning need, where you're learning something for the first time, you're applying something, or you've run into a problem and you have this I forgot thing. Now you have another moment of need. So there might be room for the 7-minute video and the 1-minute video, and the TikTok that we just saw might be more for the I forgot how to do it and I need the weights and the steps in rapid fire.
I mean, I feel like there's the 1-minute version of how to do it that you want somewhere that's going to show you how to do it. Then there's the step-by-step where it just shows each video and you hit play and then you do it, and then you hit play and then you do it. And then there's the discussion for 2 hours with coffee aficionados about the overall,
roasting and the whole thing, right?
Where they came from, and there's an hour in Colombia, and there's understanding all those processes that if you're into it, it makes sense. Where I've kind of gotten to with a lot of the videos that I'm working on now is the idea that in the first minute I want to show you everything, and then I want to keep slowing down. So the video might be 10 minutes long, but I'm going into more information layer by layer in the same video. So you only get to it if you're lasting. Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, I watched all that information. It came fast and furious. So it was one thing that I was missing in listening to it, and that's I usually make coffee just with a Keurig, but there was nothing about why this tastes better this way, or what is better about doing it that way. And somehow just the information left me a little cold.
Right. Yeah. And I think for people who make, I make coffee in so many different ways that I am always interested in. I look at it and I think you're right. To your point, I have a sense of why that is. And again, that would be a discussion afterwards. The key is, I think that a lot of times we want to try to get to that information quickly so that we can then discuss it. So now we've seen the whole thing, and your question is totally valid. It would be great to bring him on and talk to him about why does that make any difference? Sky?
Brian's point of what's the problem you're trying to solve and what's the need. And I think that's where we're often shoving our education or marketing a thing onto people that don't realize that. So I love Brian's, how do we flip the perspective of our storytelling?
Emily?
Laura's.
The other thing that we should be taking into consideration is if you spark inquiry and excitement and wonder, then the kids are going to want to go find out some of that information. If we, I've been using these images off of Twitter. There's a national science Twitter page. I can't remember exactly what it is right now, but I'll find it, put it in the chat. And they just post phenomena on there, and then teachers can grab it and put it up on the board and go, why do you think this icicle formed a ribbon? And then the kids look into the water crystals and they look into what causes that. And they want to know because it's fascinating. It's like the connections idea that they're watching this guy go through the explanation. But if you can spark some of that wonder in what you're doing before you get into the technical, before you get into this is how you learn it, you'll build some of that want to know.
Yeah, I mean, there's another guy on TikTok that we watch that he's in his 20s and he kind of seems like he's crazy, like completely crazy, but it's all science crazy, and he's all like, what if I put 400 amps through this thing, and he talks a little bit why it happens. He drops it and everything goes blows up. The thing is that but my kids immediately, if their iPads are open, they'll immediately start Googling voltage and figuring out why that that it immediately turns, flips a switch inside of them that I'm interested in that because it did something larger than life, and so I think that is you're absolutely right that there's a visceralness to that that's important. First question here, Roger asks, yesterday you and Guy spoke about live testing the Zoom whiteboard option. Is that possible to do now? Guy, is it possible? I turned it on, but I don't know where it is. Oh, I can't hear you. Okay, so it is possible, I think. I think we set it up. Let's see here. Am I a co-host? I think so. Mickey, am I a co-host now? I made you a host. Yeah. I don't know. Guy, I don't know where it is. I don't know where the
whiteboard. It's under share screen.
Okay, hold on. Let's see here.
Yeah, I want to see if we could try a couple different.
So if I share the screen, there's the whiteboard. And an incredible work that you can see that I'm capable of here with a mouse, like
Now,
drawing with a.
Can somebody
Looks
else?
like that kid from Hey Arnold.
Somebody else can jump in and annotate as well, and I think it should show. So they just announced also that Alexas, the little shows, and Google devices will be able to use Zoom. So
And is this open to just folks that are in they're co-hosts, or is it all panelists?
I think anybody that's a panelist. I don't know.
It appears to be only co-hosts, actually.
Yeah, I don't think we can do anything.
Brian's not. Brian Anderson.
You guys can do it. You have to go to the options on the meeting menu, drop it down where you can make it full screen, low screen. It'll say annotate, and then you can pull up the tools and you guys can write.
Ah, there you go.
We're doing quite a.
And then Mickey, could you promote that one that's got the Zoom room that's got its hand raised to
Okay, sure.
panelists? Let's see. So what I'm going to try to do, man, you guys. So what's curious is people on an iPad, how does this text look? Is it actually legible versus, taking a document camera and doing the same?
That blue text saying hello anyone on panelists. This is John. I can read that on an iPad mini, but there's one on an orange arrow that says Colin Hill. I can't read that without pinching into Zoom.
I can't see the annotate controls, but I just did touch share screen and it said who can share, only host all panelists. So I'm getting more controls than I normally have.
Yeah, you can do it at the very top. Then you have the text, all that stuff. Once you do the annotate, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is Bruce, and I'm on the panel, and I can make all kinds of scribbles and things on here.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not apparently mapping my arrow to my screen, which would be kind of cool. Where it would be neat, for example, to have the color highlight as I'm speaking as the same color as the arrow I was dropping in here. I want to talk about this square or this doodle. And it doesn't quite do that. It's neat though.
And the annotation tools are separate from the whiteboard itself. I just moved the whiteboard to my second monitor and the tools stayed over on the first monitor. This is starting.
Just so you guys know, if your students are joining from a Chromebook, they do not have access to the annotation tools. So even though you can use the whiteboard and it's great, if they're not on a full device, a full PC or Mac or an iPad, they can't get to those annotation tools.
There you go. Yeah. So +1 for Chromebooks. Anyway, so the it's interesting. Yeah, I for some reason I want to try to bring I have a friend, a guy named Ian McCaig, who he loves to get kids drawing, and if anytime you see him at dinner, he'll pull out a pen with a napkin, and he'll just tell them, "You draw one line, and I'll draw one line." And you would put anything he puts on the napkin onto a frame it, put it on your on your wall, and it doesn't matter what the kid does, he'll always pull a piece of art out of it. It's kind of an amazing thing to watch. Kent.
So Emily, could you do that like with a Padlet? If you just had Padlet open next to something, so you would have two applications open, but you could just have people contribute to the Padlet in real time. Would that work?
Yeah, sharing on a Padlet in real time shows up if you're allowed to use Padlet. Double check K-12 with privacy rules for Padlet. But you can have multiple things open and running, which is, what the kids are doing stuff in real time, and it shows up in real time on the Padlet. Does Padlet have the drawing tool in the freemium version or no?
Yeah.
I don't
know.
remember.
I haven't played with it that much, but I think it has a text where you could write stuff.
You can upload images too. So if they did a drawing on, like, there's a whiteboard app for Google called canvas.chrome.app or something like that, and then there's Jamboard, and then so if they download that picture that they drew on another whiteboard, they can upload it to a Padlet so you can see it. And
or
the
if
other
they
thing,
just took a picture on a phone, you drew a picture, just take a picture of that. And
Yeah, and then the other thing is that's really popular in K-12 right now, and I don't know what the higher levels is, sketchnoting, where the kids listen to lectures and then they draw images out about what was important for them to remember what was important from the lecture. I'll share a link.
Sky asks, Emily, thank you for yesterday's update. Do you want to ask this guy, or do you update small victories from this week?
Yeah, my wife and I got to listen in the car on the way to the airport yesterday. But my point is, I'm so grateful that you're making little victories and sharing those. But I'm just curious, how can we ask better questions? And go ahead and read the question. I worked really hard at crafting it quickly.
As you are connecting with a broad range of teachers and educators, what similarities or global challenges what are the similarities and global challenges that you're seeing? So what is across the board some of the challenges that you see?
People knowing the tech that they have available to them. So having, I was in the meetings that I told you guys about the other day, and I had teachers come in, they had Microsoft for 5+ years in their district, and they didn't know that they could have a shared collaborative document among their students, and that they could make groups of that and share out pages like that. So not knowing their tech and what's available to them, even though they've had multiple trainings, when it wasn't important to them, they didn't, put it in their brains. So now that it's important, they need that hand-holding assistance, I guess, which is what I do. That's what my job is. But then I think Kent said it before too, or other people on the panel, is you don't realize you have tech integrationists available to you. So there's usually someone in the district who's a tech integrationist or educational specialist, but they don't promote us as, they'll just go, oh, ask Emily, if you have a tech problem, ask Emily. So then I get a phone call, hey, my whiteboard doesn't work or my printer won't connect. And I'm like, I can do that for you, but that's not my job. My job is to go, oh, you teach social studies and you want to go visit Rome? Okay, let's use this website so you can virtually visit Rome. So those kind of things are really globally people not knowing the resources that they have available to them.
How do you deal with the guilt and shame question? Maybe that's a Chris Clark question.
What do you mean by guilt?
Guilt and shame of, I should know this. I've been to those classes, but now I don't know how to use this tool that I've theoretically being told I've had for years. And so they will keep from asking because they don't want to be shamed, or the union rep will smash them or something. I don't know. Yeah,
the union reps are pretty decent about not smashing people. You want to go to your administrators and as a tech integrationist go, hey, I just need to work with these teachers, or this I've seen has been people know they have it, but they don't really understand how it works. Can I do a training on that? That usually gets past that. And then I never shame in my things. People are always like, oh, I'm a tech failure. If I touch tech, it blows up. And I'm like, yeah, my mom puts on a watch and it stops. So don't worry. If I can get her to use her iPhone, I can get you to use whatever you have, that kind of stuff. But it's definitely been an interesting week with the questions that we've been getting.
Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, go ahead. Got it. Do your trainings are they done typically online with the faculty that you're working with? And how do you find that method as compared with teaching them in groups in person?
Well, prior to COVID, it was mostly in person, and then after school PD for CTLE, which is, continued learning credits for New York. I did those through webinar, and teachers really appreciated that because they can do it from their house. They don't have to drive somewhere else. But the moving online because of COVID was really difficult, because when you're trying to explain to someone, how to do something, click and hold or hover in the right corner and a box will appear, and you get these people looking at you I don't have that. Or I'm talking to a group of 25 teachers and there's 7 people on Chromebooks and 10 people on Macs and 5 people on PC. It's just all these kind of little troubleshooting on the fly kind of things to get through. So I know that if my webinar is going to be an hour and a half of training, then I'm actually only going to get in 45 minutes of actual training. So I build in for that.
Yeah, I think that's for a lot of my training. I have to always realize that for me, if I do a 45-minute talk, I know that I'm going to have I prepare 15 minutes of content and another 30 minutes of rat holes just in case no one asks any questions. But there is but generally 15 minutes is about all. If I can walk through it, that's about all I can get done. Craig Hibbard asks, are there any good whiteboard alternatives to Zoom Whiteboard? Is Keynote a good whiteboard alternative? Any opinions? Go ahead, John.
I want to do a plug for Doceri. I mentioned it yesterday.
Oh, your audio is really bad today. It's like super static. Like, not sure what happened there. Anyway, so Alton Christians. Oh, go ahead, Emily.
Well, I was just going to say, like, John's talking about Doceri. It's an app for Apple. I don't know if it's available across other stuff. I've used it on Apple.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really good whiteboard tool. The other ones that are decent, that are free, are like Jamboard if you're a Google school. Microsoft just released their Microsoft Whiteboard app that's built into Microsoft 365. It's terrible on a Chromebook. It's terrible on the web-based app, but it's awesome if you have a PC or a tablet. It has more features. You can upload pictures, you can draw, you can collaborate. Same thing with Jamboard, but there's, and then there's Awe Whiteboard, which is a website that's just a free online whiteboard.
Kent, and then John.
Yeah, I think the big question is, why are you using a whiteboard? And I think I've heard Alex say this before. You need to be really careful when you switch off to something static. That I've tried a bunch of them, and I just don't think they're very dependable, and so I don't feel comfortable, actually using one. And so I'm going to try to have them see all that stuff ahead of time, and then just the classes for discussing face to face.
I do find that I. For my online stuff, I have a Wacom tablet that I use heavily for that kind of thing, because I do feel like I need a whiteboard, because what I want to be able to do is respond to the student, or whoever I'm talking to, that, I might have a presentation that I'm planning to give, but I need to be able to, when they ask a question that I don't have a picture for, I want to be able to draw some little diagram. And I tend to think that way. So if I'm like sketching out ideas with folks, I'm drawing all the time. Like, I'm like, this is going to go here, and this is what and so like, I don't like having meetings in person. I don't like having meetings without a whiteboard, because I'm going to go to it almost immediately to start explaining the ideas. And so I like to have a whiteboard to be able to respond to questions. I mean, that's my number one reasoning for it. Go ahead, John. Do you want to try your audio again?
Is it any better now?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, great.
Little. It's still breaking up. Are you on wireless?
Nope.
Trying something new?
Let me, not trying something new, but we've had internet challenges here. Let me see if I can do this.
What's interesting is your video looks fine. It's just your audio that's falling apart.
This any better?
Yeah, it's a lot better.
Okay, we'll go with that. So I have Doceri in the background, which is on my tablet, and now I'm playing through. So this is something that created beforehand. I didn't do it. And you could see adding the different things.
Right.
But then
are you able to draw on that?
I could do my own drawing. I could point to it.
Right.
But what's nice is I could go back and play it back.
Right.
Back and forth. So there's some fun things here. I'm not really an artist, but you could go through the whole process. So why I like this product is that you could do a lecture. We've had teachers who've used it. I'm going to switch here to a math one, and they would go ahead and do the math lecture beforehand, or do it in the first period in real time, and then they could play it out on their own.
That's cool.
And you could go back and make changes or modifications.
And that's Doceri?
It's called Doceri. It's probably the biggest bargain in the world. They sell it direct. It's not on the Mac store. So Stephen Thomas is in the audience. Can the audience be? I'm not sure whether he's in the chat, but I don't really know the pricing and stuff. So I'm not a good guy to do that.
Okay.
But it's probably the biggest bargain.
Well, we'll bring is.
He might raise his hand, see if you get in.
He did.
But so you can see here how easy it is. And if I were to switch to my other camera, let me do a quick switch. And know what my audio is, although my...
Stephen, are you coming on? We brought you in. I don't know if you're going to talk or jump on or...
I think you can hear me now.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. So what John is demonstrating there is...
Oh, you just muted.
Okay, sorry, there it is. I had to raise my finger off the space bar so I could unmute my video. Anyway, what John was mentioning is Doceri is a one-time cost. So we do go through an in-app on Apple because we were forced to remove a watermark when you share your videos. But as you can sort of see right there, John's demonstrating the timeline. And the unique thing about Doceri, and it's been out for 9 years now, is you can go back in the timeline, which he's going to pull down right now, and each one of those little red dots creates a stop point, and those automatically become screenshots and a PDF, which does automatically. But there's also a little stopwatch right there that allows you to hit the play button. And you were talking about how, you know, speeding up lessons makes them more engaging. It certainly makes them more rewatchable for students. And what I found is when I teach teachers about how they can put the lesson together and then hit the play button, but play it back much quicker than they would be writing it on the board. And plus they're walking around the room with their iPad. They're not having to be engaged with a whiteboard with their back to their students. This allows them to prepare their lesson, hit the play button, and then they can go back in and add their voice at the pace that they speak and not at the pace that they write. So it's really cool. The other thing that John, you know, was going to show is you can go back to any point in your lesson, whether you did it 9 years ago, and change any annotation point. You can go back and change a punctuation from a period to a comma, and it will stay in the timeline. So John's demonstrating a bunch of things right now on Doceri, but it's $30. It's one time, it's a perpetual license, and the app is free. Students can use that to draw. Pretty much teachers, or you know, everybody's using it for just about everything.
And it's Mac only or Mac and PC?
Mac and PC, but it is best on an iPad as the user interface.
Got it. Very good. Colin?
I just wanted to throw another tool out there that's not quite a whiteboard, but a great annotation tool called Scribble at scribble.com, Scribble with 1 B. It's been in development for about 20 years. It's designed primarily to annotate web pages. So if you've got the text of or images that you're presenting, you can perform all sorts of annotations, save those annotations, and present them to the students either in real time or as secondary documentation. It's a free plan for educators. I've been using it for a long time. It's primarily funded by the National Science Foundation. Great stuff.
That's great. Yeah. Guy?
If John got a co-host, he could do a share screen and then add that as a source, or I can do it if he's offline and see. I could try it with the video 360. But basically what I want to see is from a iPad on the attendee side, how much better of a look is it compared to the whiteboard? Because you know, at 360p, if that's what they're getting, if that's what a student's getting on their iPad at home, that's going to be rough for them to look at. So do I have co-host now? Or can you throw it on there?
I was running.
Or John, throw it to John.
Yeah, I was running the iPad through the ATEM Mini, but you can also do a screen capture from the desk app, which gives you the higher resolution if you need it.
Can you do that? Can you demonstrate that for us, John, so we can look at it?
Well, I thought I could. The change I did was to fix it up so I could use this, and that obviously messed up my audio and other things. So let me.
Okay. We'll come back to that. I think that was a good overview. But you know, we got a couple other questions. I'm going to try to.
Let me play here and see if I can make my life better.
Good, Bruce. Real quick, and then we're going to move on.
Yeah, this may not be appropriate at this time to ask about in this regard, but it's about what are the best kinds of writing writing devices. I use my finger, I use my mouse, and I'm trying to get a proper kind of stylus, but there's a whole range of them to get from. Is it appropriate to talk about that, or might that be better?
No, it's good. It's good. I mean, I've used a lot of things, and generally something that looks like a pad. For me, I use a Cintiq, which is a Wacom tablet with a screen in it. And then iPads, of course, are just amazing, you know, for that. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, the the iPad Pro with the new pencil, even the older pencil, is really amazing. A little expensive, but it works great.
I mean, those are the iPad Pro is like state of the. I mean, like it feels better than a Wacom tablet, as far as working on it, or at least does for me. So I use it every day, to write stuff. It's the only place I actually write anymore. I do have Sharpies, and I have like one ballpoint pen to sign things, but that's it. That's about as much physical stuff that I have left in my thing. Alton asks, it was previously suggested as a topic today would be to discuss stuff that's working. So let's think about like things that we're finding are popping out that actually work. Go ahead, Cyprian.
Well, I haven't been here for a while, but I really love this format, and I've been doing these every week all summer. And
oh, great.
And there's something really kind of interesting here in that this discussion format I find is so much more engaging, right? And if you're looking at the chat in a discussion versus a presentation, the chat is much richer. And I'm finding the other thing that I'm hearing is that profs are, rather than standing up and doing single person lectures, they're coming on in pairs and interviewing each other. And then yesterday I heard this term jockey, which I sort of equated to moderator. And this whole second person to sort of serve as a foil to the speaker, I find is super hot, right? And it's emerging.
And I think it's something that you can do with your students. I think, and I don't think it has to be someone that you've hired to do it either. I think that a lot of students, at almost any age, could, that you're starting to do this with, can participate. I think a lot of people don't realize that, Mickey is editing this, and then oftentimes I have somebody else asking questions, and then there's there's all these other people that are involved, and in larger events, obviously we have a lot of people involved. But the thing is a lot of that can be done and participated in by the students.
But I think the big change is getting the instructors or the profs to accept that, right? Because I mean they're used to being the sole person on the stage, right? And so that's been really good. I just want to share one last thing. I've seen such incredible creativity amongst the profs. I mean, we don't have a lot of answers, but people are really being very creative, and I'm exhausted, but still hopeful.
And I think that that's one of the exciting things right now is that more than probably any time in a very, very long time, we have this kind of a ton of technology floating around and not a lot of rules. Not a lot of like the way it was, because it was never this way before. And I don't know if I can't think of another time when that break has been so sudden and so global, in rethinking how we work, how we meet, how we learn. All those things are getting rethought at a level at a scale that I think has ever happened before. And so I think that it really could open up an entirely different way to approach a lot of this stuff.
One last thing. I'm finding such a generosity amongst my colleagues, right? Like I have international, and one yesterday spoke about doing visual facilitation in a space like this using a tool like Miro, for example. And so I think there's opportunities for completely new ways of communication as well. So anyway,
absolutely,
that's it for now.
Yeah, that's great. Anything else? What else is working for folks? Does anyone have anything else that's standing out? Go ahead, Roscoe.
Yeah, had a good experience yesterday. Colleague asked for some help and is teaching a yoga class, and we figured out that an Apple iPhone makes a wonderful wireless mic, and he was so excited. He goes, "Oh my gosh, I can actually be heard while I'm leaning down looking at the ground." I said, "You're going to have to teach your kids to pin, the other camera angle."
Right.
But other than that, he was so excited. So yeah, just that kind of back and forth and giving ideas to people that they didn't have.
Right, absolutely. Chris?
I'll
And then Nick. Chris, and then Nick, and then John.
I have two what works stories. One is from an orchestra teacher in New Jersey who is very proud to have found a $2.50 green shower curtain that she's thumbtacked up on her basement wall and works great as a green screen. Melissa is very proud of that. And then one of our grandchildren is in an art class, high school art class, that was assigned to do a self-portrait, and she did it very quickly, turned it in, and the teacher wisely said, why don't you make this the first in a series of self-portraits? You keep going, while her classmates were slower to turn in their work. So the slower artists weren't penalized, and the rapid artist momentum continued. That's
great. That's great. Yeah, absolutely. And finding ways to allow the advanced students to give them something, another level that they can work at while they're waiting for everybody else to catch up is key to keeping them working on the same subject rather than on something completely different, and oftentimes something dangerous. You know, if you let them, you know, off to their own devices. Go ahead, Nick. I can't hear you, Nick.
Sorry about that. I was just going to follow up with both Roscoe and Chris's comments. One with Roscoe mentioning the iPhone as a microphone. It's great for also recording for post. I mean, again, it's not a pile or anything like that, but I'll just share that when I proposed to my wife, it involved a Jumbotron and lots of cameras in a very public space. And the only way I captured the audio was my iPhone upside down in my shirt pocket. And it came through clearly. I got all the good stuff. And then
did we hear your heartbeat too?
Thankfully, no. But basically, you do hear, you know, my then, you know, about to become fiance, ask me a lot about why I'm such a nervous wreck in this moment. Like, what is going on with you? Why are you like this mess? Like, oh, like, and I'm trying to get her to look up at the Jumbotron, and it's like, look, just, well, what time is it? I mean, I have to get, you know, don't you have to get back to work? It's just, guy, I've got all the time in the world. What is wrong with you? Just anyway, you know, Chris mentioned about the shower curtain as a green screen. I mean, there's fluorescent boards at you know, pharmacies and stuff, like in school supplies. Just those things work great. I'll share that I back in the early 2000s, I covered my basement wall with blue party tablecloth, like just a plastic. You could get a roll of tablecloth for $5. It's like yards and yards long. Stapled it up to the basement wall, and I made a web page about how I did that. And there was a period of time for about 3 or 4 years in the early 2000s when, if you Google searched blue screen, my web page came up above Ultimat and all the other things, like, because people were just so like trying to get into this on their own. It's like, here, use a tablecloth. So I mean, always try anything and everything. Don't think that it's not going to work until you've tried it and then it didn't work.
Absolutely. John, and then Bruce.
I was going to say the most successful thing that's happened on our campus is getting interdisciplinary studies is very hard to happen. You're in your silo to get faculty from one discipline to talk to the other. And the summer training this summer really got people across the disciplines. And it was usually about tech, because it was getting resources, selling tech, solving a tech problem. Wasn't disciplinary focused. It was, you know, the common problem that they had. So I think interdisciplinary partnerships that happened because they were forced to work on online strategies across the curriculum has really, I think, is going to have a more profound impact on the teaching on our campus than anything else that's happened so far. Bruce? Also, by the way, I did get the Doceri fixed so I could do Guy's demo at the appropriate moment.
Great. We might come back to that a little later. Go ahead, Bruce.
Couple of real benefits that I've had now teaching doctoral students how to do research, from actually coming on here and kibitzing at this group. I've learned the power of YouTube, and I'm sending my doctoral students to all kinds of YouTube videos to learn statistical analyses, which otherwise I would have tried to explain to them myself. That's one thing. And the other one is, as a personal thing, is I've learned a great deal more about how bright my sun is. So I've enjoyed that immensely.
That's great. That's a good one. Tony Mobley.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to come on for a quick second and share with you guys that the basic teacher kit that we've been sharing is working very well.
Oh, that's great.
I am using the IC camera look pretty good to me. I'm looking at myself on a secondary monitor, and things look pretty good. I'm using the power mic. I'm using the iPhone as an additional camera, but you can also, because of the way the IC camera is, you could take it off of your laptop and use it for, let's see, you can take it off and then I can show my keyboard. So it has a lot of good features as far as that's concerned. And I don't have any issues with the kit as far as using the power mic and the regular Apple earbuds and the IC camera. But I do have a question that I wanted to put out there, and I'm not sure that we can answer it now, but I'm having an issue with trying to convince teachers that they need to invest in these kits, because in the back of their minds, they're thinking that they're going to be able to go back to the old way of doing things. And I agree with you, Alex, that the paradigm shift has already taken place, but they're still kind of stuck in the mode of, we're going to do just enough to get through what we think is going to be a temporary situation. And they're not looking down the road at all. And so if you guys have any ideas on how I can, push the envelope as far as trying to get these teachers, because they don't want to spend a dime to, to do these things. They're just going to work with whatever the system gives them. And they're just kind of stuck in this being a temporary mode, which is not.
Go ahead, Chris, and then Colin.
Tony, I think you should get a coffee cup that says, "Back is not a place."
That's great. Colin?
As a general principle, I would argue that teachers should not have to be spending a dime on this stuff. This should be paid for by the school districts. But in the real world, the argument goes that it will save you, the teacher, significant amounts of time and effort if your students can understand you the first time you explain something to them. But the other thing that you want to check out, as you've got your kit set up, have you tried chaining your audio USB audio interface out of the USB hub port on the back of the IC camera? It works very nicely, and it saves you a USB port on your laptop.
Something to think about there. I think that the thing, so I have my family and a lot of my family and friends are in the military, and where you get promoted is on the battlefield, not in the barracks. So how you move up, a lot of them want to be out there. They want to be in Iraq or Afghanistan. My cousin's a commander now, but he moved through that in Iraq and Afghanistan, and so the thing is that when there's chaos like this, there's a real opportunity for teachers to stand out if they play a little harder than the other teachers. And that right now there's a whole lot of moving parts. I had a good friend of mine was a teacher in the Baltimore school district, and they bought smart boards for every classroom. And this, I don't know how long ago this was, but they basically, every classroom had them and none of the teachers used it. Literally, not one teacher used the smart boards the way that they were designed, because they just want to do what they do. She decided she was going to learn how to use the smart board, and just forced herself to do all of her classes on the smart board. And she just kind of figured it. She's pretty smart and just figured it all out. Then by the next year, I think she was the smart board integrator. Like, she became the person who was accountable to teach everybody how to do smart boards. And she's now principal at one of the schools. So the thing is that by distinguishing herself and moving forward, she moved very rapidly, moved from one place to another. And this is the opportunity for the teachers that are energetic and are interested in doing this to rapidly distinguish themselves in school, and other ones will not. And so anyway, go ahead, Emily.
Well, you just told my story, basically. Like, I had a school that installed Promethean boards. No one got training on them. They didn't understand how to use them. They just sat there. I figured it out. I taught everybody else how to use them. Next thing I know, I'm the professional development coordinator. But the downside to that is in public education, I got flack from the union for doing that because I did it on my own time, because it was necessary and it was fun for me. And then they came to me and they're like, you're setting a precedent. And then the other problem is that the district then made me the coordinator. I still had to teach all my classes, and all I got for all my trouble for training everyone in the district was an extra $1,200 a year, which honestly isn't worth my time. Which is why some educators then become the edu celebrity, because if I can go do it for myself and create my own website and get people to pay me directly, then at least I have some control over that. So there's a lot of moving parts. I mean, some people are more tech forward because they see that if I backload now or front load now with all the tech and get it going, that my life is going to be easier going forward in the classroom and moving through new situations. But other people are just like, I have a young family, or I'm also the coach for this and I do that. And it's a very heavy schedule and not a lot of pay.
Yeah. John, and then Mickey.
Well, I just want to sort of echo Collins that our educators probably shouldn't have to pay for the equipment they need to do their job. But I'd like to credit Zoom becoming so popular and making people wanting to up their game and buying their own equipment. We do a family call, and for years I've tried to get my siblings to improve their video quality or microphones. And it wasn't until they started doing a lot of Zooms that they came back to me and said, we need to look better. We're not looking as good as we can. And I think that's been a drive for all people who've been upping their game, is that you look better, you sound better, and people notice it. But it is unfortunate that the educators sometimes have to use their own funds to be able to improve their system.
And I mean, all I'm going to say, really, in a very short period of time, and not extend it, is that online education will eventually change the student-teacher ratio. And that's something that teachers who are ignoring what this is should keep in mind, is that it could dramatically change that number. And when you change that number, there'll be the folks that got ahead and the folks that didn't do anything, didn't move forward. It is classic in every business. Everything we see, whether it's print or internet or video, when things get online, eventually they're able to be distributed much more efficiently, and the labor pool changes dramatically. And we've seen this over the last 30 years happen. And everybody, when the wave is coming to them, everyone thinks that they're going to be different somehow. It's not going to be different. And so there's going to be a big shakeout at some point. And I don't know, it won't be the next year, it won't be the next 2 years if you're going to do whatever, but there's going to be a shakeout where things change, where they're looking for something different. And so that's the thing to kind of keep in mind as for teachers who ignore what's happening right now. Ash said, asked a teacher friend to watch our EDU sessions. They found it to be intimidating. Oh, geez. Any thoughts? Teachers seem to prefer offline mode. It is because they find the tech complicated. What can we do here? Go ahead, Tony.
I'm going to say this. Anybody who's having an issue with this technology that we're using needs some extra help, because I don't consider myself a really sophisticated tech person. I have kind of like basic knowledge, and I'm able to do a lot of different things with what's being shared in the group with, limited resources. And I just think that that if they invest a little time, they should be able to come anything. But while I'm talking, I wanted to share this one thing. So with the limited budget and a machine that's not really capable of really running OBS, is there a teacher solution that you recommend software-wise other than OBS? Because OBS is taxing my system.
Not cost effectively. I mean, the next step up, if you can't do it within your system, you're really talking about ATEM Mini. At that point, if you can't, you get the solution outside of your system. Go ahead, Mickey, and then let's go back to the question though originally. Mickey and then Emily.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on that question, like, because I mean, like, we could consider these education sessions as like, a way, like a learning platform for the educators. And if an educator is intimidated by receiving education, there must be something like up there. So, like, like, don't feel intimidated. This is our chance to like share information and be educated.
Right. Go ahead, Emily.
Yeah, I was kind of going to say the same thing as Mickey. Like, I jumped in on you guys and was like, all right, I'm just going to sit here. And the first couple of weeks, I was like, oh my gosh, what? And then it just got to a point where, I felt comfortable enough with you guys to be like, yeah, this is what I think. And you're not going to get the filtered version of what I think. But as far as the teachers feeling intimidated coming in watching it, they need to be part of that question and realize that that's what we're here to do. Is like, you don't know what OBS is because we keep referring to it, but we know what it is. So throw it up in the question or even in the chat, because someone will answer that question for you and be like, oh, what they're talking about, here's the link. And I've learned so much in the last 8 weeks that I've put together whole things for my coming school year to offer my teachers as options for how they're going to work in their classroom. You guys helped me put together my Zoom presentation without actually helping, just attending the sessions. I put together a session for my teachers based off of the stuff that was said in here. Probably the reason Amazon sold out on the pile mics or whatever is missing from the group, because I've given it to everyone who has just a webcam with a built-in microphone. So I think that
Pile is probably like, what happened? Like the factory is empty and we're selling all these Pile mics. What happened?
What happened? Yeah. So I think they just need to, realize that maybe it is something that the way we present ourselves has to be a little less, yeah, blah, blah, blah. But this is a welcoming place in the sense of I had the community on Discord, people have sent me stuff from all over the world to help me do my job better. And if I ask a question, I get responses. And if someone asks a question, I give responses. So I think that community that's built around Discord in these meetings isn't as intimidating. This is a fail-safe place. You can fail forward in here because people will help you move past the fail.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And we definitely, that's why we're doing this. And so if you're here and your one is to make sure that anybody can ask any question about what they're doing, and they may not get the answer that they wanted, but they'll get an answer, and that you keep on coming back and asking those. Go ahead, Chris Clark, and then Colin. And Roscoe after that. Sorry about that.
Everything Emily said, plus don't make a decision about intimidation until after the third visit to office hours. The first one, I was intimidated. The second one, I decided, well, if Alex can do it, he's just a kid. I can hang in there. So give it three tries, and then you can decide whether you belong here or not.
Yeah. When I decided to learn how to make bread, the first couple were incredibly overwhelming. And then after that, I was like, oh, I get up in the morning, I do while I'm listening to NPR, and then I have bread later in the afternoon. But it does take a little bit of practice there. Go ahead, Colin, and then Roscoe.
For what it's worth, we the tech guys, and I'm making the presumption that I can speak for all the tech guys on these panels. We learn a lot of stuff from you guys too.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the whole thing. We learn from each other.
Yeah, that's the whole point. I mean, we use a bunch of acronyms you don't know. You use a bunch of acronyms we don't know. I've learned more about educational systems in the last 3 weeks than I thought I had a decent understanding of these things, but clearly I've learned quite a bit. Clearly I did not have a reasonable understanding of it before. I've learned quite a bit. But if there is something that we say that doesn't make sense, stop us and ask. I know Alex hates it when I interject things, but I interject to ask about acronyms. You should do the same thing.
And you'll see me do it too. You'll see when I'm asking, a lot of times I know the acronym. If someone's saying it, I'm going to ask them. I try to ask them for the acronym so that they, unless we've said it over and over again, but the first time I see an acronym that hasn't been brought up, I'll have someone say it to try to pull that back out. But the power of this group is that it's not a monoculture. We're not all video folks. We're not all audio folks. It's that we all have our own expertises from different areas, and we're doing this heavy pollination between all of us that allows all of us to learn from each other, which is I think, a unique model for how to pick this up. Go ahead, Roscoe.
Yeah, in a former life, I used to recommend DV systems for the Macintosh platform, and I put out this golden list. People don't always want the conjecture, they want the answers. So not everyone wants to get in here and wrestle with us. Some of them want to sit on the sidelines and listen, but at the end of the day, they really want recommendations. And that's why when we focus in on something and not always conjecture all around it, it's helpful to them. Give them the list, give them the PAL mic, use this, and don't deviate from it. But if you want to deviate, then get in here and wrestle with us.
Right. And part of the wrestling is that we all have different limitations. Like if someone asks me, how would you run your school? I'd be like, well, I buy everybody Macs, all the kids iPads, I'd get Zoom, and we get these mics and like I would just say that that's how you run the class. But we're all in different limitations. So I think some of the walking around is trying to figure out how to say it all in a way that could actually work for folks. But I agree with you that we need to and we try to do hard. Once we've really decided on something, I think we try to keep on recommending the same thing, but it's going to keep moving too. John, and then Guy.
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to recommend professional development for teachers, I probably wouldn't do this format. I'm very careful what educators I invite to make sure they're ready for it. You have to think about the normal professional development model for educators. They're usually in classes on their own. They have professional development workshops. It's a very different model. So I think coming into this setting can be intimidating for them. The thing that I've done is when I recommend people, actually our second hours have been a great way of introducing them to it, because then they get used to the flow. And the biggest model here is, I think this is how they should be running their classes.
Right.
Diverse views, good audio, good video. And so we're modeling, and that may be intimidating, and it may be intimidating for their students, because most students are much more passive, even in a face-to-face classroom, than they can be in these online environments.
And one of the challenges that we have to get into is I try to warn people to come to the second hour and sometimes I do it lightly. I mean, this is the hard part for teachers to come in that might make it overwhelming, is when I introduce second hours, I remind them, like, hey, average investment for every panelist in this group is about $1,500. So yeah, I just want to make sure you're clear that, like, you're not stepping into a regular Zoom. And I think that can be a little overwhelming, that it's not everyone here in this panel is like that, but a lot of us are. And so I think that can be overwhelming and a little intimidating, that there's just a different level of video and audio to hear that is harder to reproduce. And I don't know how to fix that, because I really like it. but I think that
I don't think you need to fix it. I think video and audio is the base level, and it's still a problem as we have these rollouts in public education. But that's the biggest challenge. People can't see and hear.
And what I say is, when people ask me, though, I say the PAL mic, which is probably why it's sold out, the PAL mic is the thing. Like, just get a good microphone onto your head, and that will solve an enormous number of problems. And anyway, so go ahead, Guy.
Yeah, I want to comment on Roscoe's golden list, because back in the day, it was just a treasure trove of information. I think that's probably the exact words that was used on the thing, but it was an email list that went out, and it helped you know where to start, because a lot of these guys, they don't know what mics to look at. And so they want like a good, better, best, and they do feel intimidated asking some of the experts. But if they can get this list with these links, they can at least go and do the research on their own, so they know at the $100 level. Because I thought that a cheap mic was a Samson, D10, which was $99, and then they found Colin found the Pile, and it was like, wow, this is an even better value. So it's that thing of, if we can put together a list, and I think Roscoe wants to fire it back up, so maybe in the Discord or somewhere we can at least have a starting
place. That's where I'm
place.
trying to go. The guys are waiting for me to give them a little bit of guidance, but that's where we're trying to go with the website that'll hold this, is to have places where we start taking this, distilling the stuff that we're doing here, and just putting it up like, these are the three mics, these are the three, this is the, exactly what you're talking about, as a guide, so that people can we'll distill the things that we're talking about into that web page. Go ahead.
Just so you know, real quick, I have actually started it, and I will send out the email, Guy.
Okay,
and just because Paul Wallace deserves great credit here,
I was about to say,
he found the mic. I just proved it worked.
Cyprian, and then Bruce, and then we'll move on.
I just wanted to come back to the intimidation piece. And I think that the format of this session is just so completely foreign to what teachers and students are used to, right? I found for the first weeks of doing office hours locally, people just wanted to sit and watch something, right? And they didn't want to participate. And so, so I think what you're doing here is modeling it, and but you're asking people to change, right? And the people that are on here are the ones that are comfortable with change. People that aren't here, less comfortable.
And you're kind of sifting through people. I mean, I admit that most of my models for the last 30 years have been build something big, gather a whole bunch of people, and then just see who sticks, and don't try to hang on to all of them. Just do what you need to do there. Go ahead, Bruce.
Well, I've been a fan, Alex, of your career for many, many years. And I started watching this when my son was on the panel. And I've learned an enormous amount of the technical side of things. I've been involved in the educational side. One of the things I'm going to do, unless somebody tells me not to, is to tell all of my colleagues that this is something they should be seeing every Saturday, at least, if not Friday. And whenever they have a technical question, this becomes a marvelous resource just to send them. The other piece that I'm thinking, I think it was Roscoe, I think you said it as well. This is a great model for faculty meetings, a way of having institutions, instead of just having an administrator get up and make a speech, is to design it the way this has been done. So I'm going to be pushing for that kind of model as we go forward.
Well, and I think that schools in general, I mean, I think need to have more where the faculty, something like this, maybe not this, but where teachers know, maybe it's Emily running it, in her district of, something every, an hour every week or 2 hours every week, where it's more localized and just a, for her district, so that they just have somewhere to ask questions of someone who understands their system too. Not putting you on the spot there, Emily, but you could, feel free to.
I actually tried to do that during the spring, and I had Ask Me Anything sessions on specific systems because I service so many districts, and the turnout actually wasn't as exciting as I wanted it to be. I had like 5 to 10 people. Questions were always good, but like it's stuff everyone should have been able to see and participate in, but the districts just didn't push it, even though I tried to.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Tony says, besides iMovie to edit screen plus voice recordings made on iPad, can you recommend iOS apps to edit on iPad, especially those that make editing based on audio easier than in iMovie? My edits are mostly my spoken words, cut ums and tangents to the topic rather than on video. Keynote, you could do a lot, it depends on what kind of content you have, but you can do a lot with Keynote as far as making that work. And then another one to think about is, I believe it's is it Luma Touch? Did I say that correctly? I don't have it right. I think of it as Luma. I search for Luma and it pops up, and
Luma Fusion.
Luma Fusion is another. It's very much like a Final Cut-y kind of app on the iPad that is really good. Go ahead, Kent.
Yeah, I've tried LumaFusion quite a few times, and I don't know, there's something about the rhythm of it or it's the workflow of it or something. I always end up going back to Final Cut, and I wish I could find that magic iPad app. Yeah,
I don't find it a replacement for Final Cut by any means, but I do find that if I'm on an iPad, I find it to be one of the most useful ones to put something together. I think that's the, for me. It's the only one I can think of. Next question here is, Nick has any thoughts on copyright ownership, and will this be used to replace me? Concerns around video lessons and other content teachers create for remote teaching within their institutions. This is based on a Verge article. Just waiting to see if anyone raises their hand. Go ahead, Roscoe.
I was just going to say, like, if you didn't get a chance to see the article, it does specifically mention that some institutions are actually declaring to their faculty that if you post your content in our LMS, BB Learn, whatever, that like it is ours. all your lessons are ours. So, I know of instructors who are deliberately, like, they're posting their material to Vimeo, YouTube, even if it's unlisted, and then using links to that, so that, their concern is that, trying to maintain the ownership of their material, and their fear that the teachers are fearing is that if they post their content and it's in the learning management system, that the school could basically let them go and replace them with an adjunct or anybody, because, well, the course is all in there now. So anyway,
I will say that if you flip the classroom and you have very short videos and then lots of discussion, it makes that much harder because it's not that much content. So where you push the value back into the conversation, it makes that because this conversation that we're having requires a lot of skill. You have to be able to respond and dance with all those questions. You can't just put somebody in. It's not about watching the content. It's about interacting with the teacher. It's the teacher is the thing that distills it and focuses it and makes it work. I think that you could have, more people going to one teacher, but I think that the idea of just going down to, I don't think the direction that we're going in education is towards less skilled teachers with content. I think what we're going towards is much higher skilled teachers that are distributed among more people. I think that the thing is, I don't think that we're going to see, it only makes sense if you're doing 15-person classes. But if you decide I want to distribute it more and more and more out and have more people doing it, then that one person, A, can be paid a lot more, and B, the requirements of their skill set, from presentation to technology to ability to think through those things, requires them to actually be much more skilled, not less skilled. And what I would say is that when you're generating that content, you want people to see it, or you want anyone to see it that's there, because at some point people are going to start making those decisions about and it might be another school system, it might be an online school system, but they're going to be looking for people who are really good at that next generation of education. And so, producing it is the key. Trying to hang on to it by hiding it, I think, will be won't be very efficient. John, and then Bruce.
There's a website called Inside Higher Ed, but the whole
your audio is still falling apart. It's a mess. Yeah. It sounds like we're in a wind tunnel.
There's a site called Inside Higher Ed, and they've been discussing this, but the whole idea of ownership of intellectual property is not new in higher ed. And the whole idea, if you write a book, you own it, but if you do something in a lab in a university using university equipment, back in the old days when computer-aided instruction was coming out, and the question would be, teachers be replaced by a computer? And my feeling is, if a teacher can be replaced by a computer, they should be. You want to be that you're better than that.
Right. Absolutely. Bruce?
I think a teacher, if you're working in a for-profit institutional system, then the issue of their owning everything that you do is often part of your contract. I went through that. That's how much of my career has been. But a question comes up in my mind: if instead of creating it on the LMS system, a faculty member were to build it on YouTube and then put a link into the LMS system, wouldn't that still leave it entirely in the control of the individual? Admittedly, YouTube owns it and can use it any way they want, but wouldn't the faculty member retain the ability to use it any other place?
I think the other thing is that we get attached to content that it's not cooked yet. So the fact, like, most of the stuff that I've created, I wouldn't want to do again. I wouldn't want to, I wouldn't care if someone, ran off with it because I thought it wasn't very good when I did it. I'm very much of a, so I think that we get really attached to this thing. But even like, if you took all the stuff that Yale put out and all the stuff that MIT put out, those are some really boring classes. I mean, like there's a handful of moments that are great, but they're not something that I would, anyway, go ahead, Roscoe, and then Chris, and then Colin.
Well, iTunes for Education was doing that, and I'm not sure it succeeded, but that was just lessons after lessons. My case is unique only in the sense that I spent years collecting stuff off YouTube. I use YouTube to teach filmmaking because the best examples are already out there. So I don't know if that's the same thing, because I'm actually taking content. My fear is, now that I'm going to put that out on a stream, am I now breaking their copyright? I show it in the classroom. I don't consider that breaking fair. I kind of consider it fair use. And I do have a special protection under the DMCA, Congress protected people who are teaching film from breaking the copyrights. But other than that, I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris, and then Colin.
Fresh bananas are only fresh for so long. Then you have to make banana nut bread. And if you wait too long there, you
Just
have to make
fertilizer.
compost.
Yeah. No, I agree. I completely agree with you that it's all about that moment, and it's going to keep moving. That moment's going to keep moving forward. Colin?
From an intellectual property standpoint, either it's work for hire or it's not, and your contract will define that. It's likely that any existing teaching contracts don't specifically define the preparation of teaching materials, of courseware materials, and that's what this is. So
Every university I've taught for has included that.
Oh, higher ed, sure. I'm talking
Yeah,
about middle schools, public education institutions, but I would think that you would, at least if it were me, I would simply put a license screen up on the the first couple of frames of the video, of any video you put up there, and do put it up on a publicly accessible CDN that you control. YouTube or Vimeo or whatever.
The challenge with all of that, and this goes beyond education, is there's a lot of things that we have rights to that if we exercise those rights, we give up a lot of other things. And we just have to make sure that you're actually going to give something, you're actually going to lose something. So people who get pegged as kind of, and it's not a legal thing or a non-legal thing, you definitely have the right to do that, but you get pegged as a pain. Like they're doing, or they do that weird thing with that thing. It's not like you can't track that down into why you're not getting not why you're not getting a raise or why you're not getting a promotion or why you're not moving to something else. It's not like you can go find that, but you get labeled as troublemaker over or difficult. And I see this in companies all the time. I used to see it I used to be that person that would be hard to move forward because I would have all these weird stuff that I wanted. And so the thing you just have to keep in mind when you stand up for those kinds of things and post your thing is that make sure that that's worth posting for, because if it's not worth posting for, what you've done is you've waved this flag that I'm going to be difficult, and that ripples through your entire future. And so you just have to think about that in every job and everything that you're doing. Even with my neighbors, I pick fights very carefully because I don't want to, I love I think I told the story that talking to the Shona farmers Shona in Zimbabwe, and their saying was, if you get into a fight with your neighbor, they're still your neighbor tomorrow.
There's the distinction.
But I'm just saying, just inside of this, you always have to be careful when you stand up for these things. Are they worth standing up for? Because is your little class really worth fighting over? Because once you click that switch, there will be people in management that will make a decision about you, and that will color how they look at you from forever. And if it's worth it, if you're putting up something that's great and you want to protect it, you should absolutely do that. Just make sure that it's worth the battle. That's all. Go ahead, Laura.
I'm not suggesting that you pick a fight. I'm suggesting
that's
that you
retain.
No, okay. Putting up a license notice.
It's not a fight to you. It's a fight to somebody else.
That's the thing. So you and I
you
and I had an argument on this channel a couple of days ago. You and I were not offended or put off by the discussion. Many other people were. Just the way that we interacted, but. And so there may be something to your point. However, if you simply put up a license notice, you're not denying the institution you're currently working at access to those materials, but you're preserving your access to those materials if you move to another institution. That's the nuance that I was trying to get to.
And I would say to your point, there are things that I fight over. I'm super careful about fighting over protecting of things that I've thought of or worked on and everything else. So, but they're very few, and I fight for them I'm very particular about those. It's not that I don't fight for things. It's just that but there's a lot of things that I work on that I don't fight over because it's not worth fighting over. John and then Guy.
Pick your battles. Absolutely. But I mean, just a thought.
I just imagine, the only reason I brought it up is I can imagine teachers thinking they're going to start putting this on everything that they do. And it's just going to be, again, I can just see the management just going, oh, those guys, and anyway, so John and then Guy.
When I pick my fights, I like to stand next to bigger people.
But
people should look at the Creative Commons, and that's a bigger people. There's a whole organization trying to deal with how to give permissions and rights, Creative Commons. But Roscoe, I have the same fears you have. I do a lot of purchasing of cartoons that I use in lectures and presentations. And I get rights for classrooms. I get rights for when I'm doing a public presentation. Now I'm being asked to do a number of these presentations and put it on the web and stream it. And I don't have those rights. And they're clearly rights I don't have. And what do I do? Because the presentations don't work as well without the content that I've licensed. And going back and licensing some of the stuff like from the New Yorker cartoons to get the rights for me to stream it on YouTube are more than I want to take out of my pocket. But anyway, I think this is something that we're going to have to look at as we get more mediated with our distribution of materials.
Yep. Guy?
Yeah, there's also a great website for elementary and K through 12. It's called Teachers Pay Teachers. So you can buy.
Oh wait,
lessons.
Emily's going crazy.
Emily,
we're gonna
speak. Emily, speak.
Wait, Emily went. That was a big reaction there.
All right, I'm sorry. That is my personal, like, if I could burn down one website as a hacker.
Oh man,
that website. And the reason being is that most of that stuff, because teachers have been told that they should be paid for their work, which they should, stuff that they do on their own. They have taken worksheets that people like Pearson created or like older Scholastic or whatever. They retype it onto a Word document or a PowerPoint or whatever, put some cutesy clip art on it, and then sell it to other teachers for $3, $5, $15. 90% of the stuff on that website is copyright infringement if someone took the time to actually look at it. Plus, the quality of the content is terrible for most stuff that I've seen my teachers download, the stuff that they've pulled down because they didn't want to create from scratch. It's like just so terrible. It doesn't meet any of the Bloom's taxonomy. It's terrible. And then on top of that, there's some really, really great stuff on there, but it's hard to find. And then when you do find it, it's either more expensive, which you're asking teachers to pay $15, $20, $50 for a lesson. And so I have people that will share that with that same stuff with me from my Twitter feed of other teachers. And I just say, I'm looking for something about, character building, and I need a lesson on blah, blah, blah. And someone will share their document for free with me. And I'm not saying that I shouldn't pay that person for their time and effort, but I'm also saying that there's no kind of quality check on Teachers Pay Teachers. And then my last reason for wanting to burn it down is that, hackers are starting to use it and putting malware into the files. And then when the teachers download it on the school computer, we had 2 ransomware attacks traced back to teachers downloading files that they purchased on Teachers Pay Teachers. So they're not allowed to do it at school anymore. If they want to do it in their own house and burn their own, bank account to the ground, that's fine. But I really you have to be so careful because that site has no kind of clarification on it of who owns it, where it came from. And when you realize that the amount of stuff that's stolen and just repurposed with cutesy clip art, it just becomes like another, I don't even want to. Yeah, exactly.
There
guy.
goes my dumpster fire. Okay, let the Yule log burn.
Everyone put their hands up and feel the dumpster fire.
There's the warmth of the dumpster.
All right,
there it is.
There we go.
All right, I'm gonna get off my soapbox now.
No, that was great, Emily. That's why we love having Emily here. Laura, did you have a comment there? I saw you raise your hand a little earlier. No. Okay, Mickey.
Hey, yeah, I need to bounce. I've handed over the control to Beiju.
Thanks, Mickey.
All right, I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, John, and then Bruce, and then we'll move on.
Emily, thank you for your comments. There are some organizations that have high quality materials that are vetted by educators that are free. ITSE, which is the national, I don't know what it stands for. Q used to be Computer Using Educators, but now it's just Q. COSIN. So there are some sites, but yes, there are some people really taking advantage of the fact that parents are desperate to get materials for their students, and they do the first Google search and sometimes get materials that are not that useful.
Bruce, and then Brian, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, I have a question for Emily about that, because one of the things that I've started doing more and more is going out to YouTube and Google and various kinds of places And generally, I vet the material before I would pass it on to my students. But is that a danger? Is, for instance, YouTube a dumpster fire in regard to the kind of ways in which you're describing it? Is it, or is it something which, if you vet each thing you use for yourself, you can protect yourself from that kind of circumstance?
Yeah, so YouTube has amazing sites. Like I put Veritasium in there, Veritasium. There's a guy, he does these really neat videos, Smarter Every Day. He does awesome videos. And I encourage teachers to use those in their classroom. Vetting things, even when I go and get stuff from people on Twitter or from my Google connections or whoever I'm working with, those things I still have to vet before using in my classroom. The problem with the teachers pay teachers is because it's behind a paywall, you get like a thumbnail and you don't really get to see what you're paying for until you pay for it. And sometimes those things, there's like a little description sometimes and people rate it, but honestly, like it's a lot of worksheets. It's a lot of just fancy clip art, and it's taking advantage of teachers and then making teachers who need to supplement their income think that that's a good way to do it. So they're just churning out stuff that isn't great stuff. And I mean, like I said, 90% of that website should be just cut out, and they should have a vetting service. And I keep emailing them about that and asking them that they should have some sort of vetting process, because what they're putting up, there's some stuff up there that's racist. There's some stuff that's sexist, and it's just going up because anyone can post to it. It's like eBay or Etsy for teachers. Right. And so there's no quality there.
Anyway, Brian, and then Laura, and then we'll move on.
Sure. So I work for the National Foreign Language Center at the University of Maryland. We have a curated list of classroom activities for language educators, K through 16 and possibly beyond, that we go through, make sure it's clean, make sure it's original. And we're in the process right now of going through those and going, how can we take these originally face-to-face, almost exclusively activities and make them translatable to a virtual world. So I'll put a link into the chat to that resource.
Great. Laura, and then we'll move on. We're going to move on after that.
I just wanted to make a quick comment that please be careful. The teacher that runs Teachers Pay Teachers does have a very popular primary YouTube channel aimed at primary school educators.
Got it. Yeah, absolutely. Jason R says, I've seen StreamYard pop up frequently in conversations about streaming. What is it? Is it any good? Similar services or multi-streaming? Is anyone using, go ahead, Kent.
I've used it quite a bit over the summer. It's basically just a Chrome. It works through Chrome, so you don't have to download any other software. There's a free version of it that actually works really well. And then you invite people to be like a panelist on it. And so a friend of mine, a couple of us used it over the summer for some different activities, and it worked great. And it seemed to stream really well to, I think I had it streaming both to YouTube and Facebook. I think I had to pay for 2 different sources, but I mean, for what it is, it's pretty nice. Yeah.
It also goes into LinkedIn, which is a hard thing to get into right now as far as streaming to it. Go ahead, Colin.
Yeah, to expand on that, it's WebRTC based, so you get the limited quality you would expect if you squeeze things down to go through WebRTC. It is very easy to use. I've seen it used and used it for various interest group hangout type events where we're bringing in, people to talk for 5 or 10 minutes about what they're doing. In my case, it's 3D printing related activities. But it works very well. It's not, I would not consider it a teaching tool. It's fun and convenient for very small groups. And if you're not bringing all your students in like you would do in Zoom, if you're presenting relatively non-interactive content over YouTube or Facebook, it works great. It does bring in all the comments from YouTube and Facebook, so you can read them, but you can't respond to them except to bring them up on screen, which is kind of a neat bit of functionality, and then discuss them live, but you can't text respond to them within that interface. It's useful for what it is. It doesn't strike me as a teaching tool necessarily.
There's a bunch of corporations that we work with that use it for all hands and discussions and so on and so forth, where they're being able to bring in a couple people and stream it back out, and they can bring in their presentations and stuff like that. I think it's pretty useful in that zone, but it is limited, but it is limited in complexity as well. So I think that it makes sense for a lot of people.
We have a number of comedians and other entertainers who use it to produce their podcasts, and it worked quite nicely, where they're bringing a guest or two guests and then bring in people individually. It's a nice little call-in system. It if you're not going to deploy neural net or something, it's very convenient in that regard.
Brett asks, for my 4th grade student, virtual ed, what are the teacher's thoughts on my second screen plan to have a large screen iMac computer for the classroom Zoom calls while using the district provided Chromebook for school learning activity as the second device? And this is, I assume it's your student yeah, go ahead, Emily.
The only thing that I guess would be kind of like you'd want to really think about is if they're going through the district Chromebook that has the limited features, having the bigger screen, any bigger screen where you can put your kids is good. But I think you're going to have to, I'm just reading the question. It's a separate screen. It's not just, or a separate computer, not just a separate screen, right? Because that'll tax the Chromebook.
Yeah, I think it's a whole different computer. So it's just one computer doing the Zoom and the other one doing the classroom stuff.
Yeah, so having a bigger screen, because Guy ran into this with Sunday school. If you have a bigger screen, you can actually see the kids and interact with them on that bigger screen, and then do the presentation and the learning activities from the smaller screen, and sign in either as 2 meetings or make one the co-host.
Right.
But the more devices, the more tax on the broadband, which is going to be an issue.
Yeah, right. Colin?
And this goes back to Emily's discussion yesterday of her deployment, where they want to do webcam on a Chromebook and the whiteboard system, smartboard system on a PC. If you've got access to a more powerful machine, use the more powerful machine for all of your interaction. That way you don't have to move content back and forth. You don't have to worry about what's showing on one device, what's showing on another.
Well, I'm going to guess that part of the problem is that as my kids, I know that they have to be in their Chromebooks to do some of it. Like it's kind of all tied together. It's
students, sure, but
I think this was a student. I think this was a student. I think
maybe I misunderstood the question.
Yeah, student. Yeah, I think that's the. Yeah. Chris Clark says, teacher invited high school students to write him a brief email at the end of the week 1. What is working for you? What is not working for you? Fixing what he can, saving the messages to revisit 6 weeks to see how far they've come. Oh, is that something that they're doing, or? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's an example of what works.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah. And we do a lot of that. I mean, inside of Discord, you see this little RFI, and that's room for improvement. If you don't know what that is, and so we'll write, an event that goes almost perfectly or perfectly to the client. We'll write 75 to 100 entries among the team of things that didn't work for us. And it'll be not stuff that's exposed to them and not stuff exposed to the public, but we're like, we didn't have these files on time, and we didn't do this, and the food was cold, and we weren't ready for this, and this wasn't ready for that. And one of the things that I think is really important is creating a culture where people feel okay to complain, which I'm not known for in my early days. So me asking for this was a big change. Usually my response that when Chris Marler, who was in Pixel Corps for a long time before he went and started the school in Rwanda, he was kind of the one that everyone came to talk to, because my response to pretty much everything until about 2010 sounds like a personal problem, and so I've definitely changed because I just realized how much I was missing by not making it not only open to complaints, but actually asking for them and creating a thing where we're constantly pushing people, where we give people a hard time for not, and man, complain to somebody else and don't put it in the RFI that's where I'm unforgiving. The big thing is you put it, if you're upset about something, you put it in there. Everything's fair game in the RFI. Talking about anything that's not there, not okay. Emily.
Yeah, doing a Google form or a Microsoft form with the same kind of feedback at the end of the Zoom meeting has been really helpful for the teachers. So I gave them a copy of that in their training this week, because that feedback from the kids is really helpful.
Yeah. Cyprian?
We do this not weekly, but pretty regularly, and we encourage our instructors to address it with their students as well. So they're actually getting a sense that it's honored.
And I think that the other thing is that what people get overwhelmed with feedback is feeling like they have to fix it right then. Acknowledging it and saying, yeah, it's not working yet. And when you're okay with it, that the fact that it's not working, that it's not fixed, that it's not, and it may take time. I'll tell you, people make incredible suggestions for this show, for a website, for Discord, for Makana. And I'll tell you, that sounds like a great idea. And it's on the list of things that we think that are important. And I know that I just can't get to it all at one time. And if I try to, I won't get to any of it. So it is a matter of having that list and being okay with it, so that you can say, I can be okay with it. Now I'm going to pick a couple battles this week and try to just little cuts on improvement is all you can do, which is what you'll notice here. I resist what I call feature inflation, which is that we are adding things, but I know that every time I add them, there's this weight of when it breaks. I know, like, the audio thing was a cute little thing that I turned on, and now I get a whole bunch of like pings if the audio isn't working by 6:15. So I those are like little things, and I'm fine with that. I knew that was going to add it, but if you just have to be, again, also as a teacher, don't try to add too much at one time either. It's just a matter of figuring out what can be managed. What are you gonna say, Chris?
A lot of the questions or suggestions about things that aren't working optimally can be turned into things that we fix together. In other words, it brings the students into co-ownership of how this experience is going to work. It's like with office hours, the circuit discipline that we have imposed on each of ourselves makes the whole thing work. It's not all on Alex's shoulder or whomever is hosting.
Right.
It's a shared responsibility to make it work even better tomorrow than it did yesterday.
Yeah, and knowing it's just going to take time. Yeah, absolutely. Bruce Francis asks, are there any arguments for the inherent superiority of in-person over online education, or vice versa, for certain subjects and certain ages? Oh yeah. Bruce isn't here. Oh, Bruce, you're here. Everybody's got an opinion, I think, about one or the other. Go ahead, Laura.
Oh. I only know of one class at the university level that actually got canceled this semester due to the online capacity, and that was our exercise physiology lab, because they have to be so close they could not safely actually complete the lab. So they're teaching the lecture and they're deferring lab to spring of 2021.
Although I will say, as someone who we shot 400 exercise moves for Adidas a long time ago, and you can get a lot out of video. I mean, as far as that goes, I think that I definitely think that there are things that are probably, I don't know, I'm probably not the right person to answer this question. I feel like almost everything is, I'd rather do everything online at this point.
The hands-on of that particular class did not lend itself to safety in COVID, because you are actually teaching people to operate these testing in the exercise physiology.
I mean, what I was going to say is that the only thing I can think of is stuff like Metal Shop. Metal Shop is hard to have at home, so like go ahead, Blair, go ahead. Blair is a good one, a good example.
Yeah, I'm presently trying to really save my business, because I teach silversmithing, and it's hands-on, tool-specific, site-specific. And so first of all, I'm embracing the chaos. I've learned so much from this group, because really the intimidation factor that we talked about earlier, you have to get over that and embrace the chaos that you're faced with. So then for me, I'm having to actually, to Bruce's point, give up what my original business model was and pivot to the online experience. and get the tools into my students' hands where they are at.
Well, and I think that there's something, we've been talking to a lot of folks that are pivoting in this way, and I feel like there's a possibility at some point where the opportunity, you'll end up making, if you figure out the pivot, and if you can make it work, and there's a lot of ifs there, there's a possibility of making more money and be more successful online, especially when it comes back, because all those online students are participating with you, knowing that it would be better in person. Like there'd be more tools, there'd be more classes, there'd be more everything else. And so you introduce yourself to folks all over the place, and your location becomes kind of the mecca that they actually, like a good example for me is B&H. For years and years and years, I have bought stuff from B&H. As long as I can remember, I buy audio and video equipment from B&H. And when I got to New York, first place I went, B&H. And what did I do? I spent thousands of dollars. And so the thing is that it was like going to Willy Wonka, and it really does feel like Willy Wonka's. It's a crazy place. If you haven't been to B&H in New York, it's a crazy place. But but I think that it only accelerates the interest of being there in person if you're getting something good online that is, and the online is more scalable. You can have, assuming that people can go buy the jewelry equipment that they need. If the package to work with you is $100 or $150 or $500 or whatever that number is, this is what it costs to do these next classes with you. I think you'd find it's how do you get to them? Like, how do you there's definitely people out there. I would probably take that from you, to do. I made crude jewelry a long time ago, and I would love to take those classes. And it just depends on how much, what's my initial investment, and then how do I do that? Go ahead, Blair, and then Bruce, and then Chris.
So yeah, it's me having to get out of the way of myself,
right,
and some of my own insecurities, and realizing how much of my performance in the face-to-face classroom just had to change. It has to change. It's like, if I want to move forward, I have to make those changes and embrace the fact that it can be better. It can be, there's a bigger picture out there for me to embrace. And so I'm starting to do that. I'm starting to actually, it's taken me 150 of these episodes to do that, but it is working, and I'm embracing it. So, and thanks to the generosity from this group, it's helping
keep coming
to deal with this.
Keep coming and asking questions. I'm very curious how you make that turn, and any way we can contribute to that, let us know, because it's
the context of that question was more related to the other question that came up before, in which they talked about, once this pandemic passes, the teacher was saying, won't we all just go back to the way things used to be? And what used to be is the massive amount of investment we've made in the plants, the schools, and those kinds of things. There'd be a lot of force, a lot of influences moving everything back to the old way, the physical classes and that sort of thing. But the question from my standpoint is much more in terms of learning and teaching itself. Should we ever go back to the way it used to be? I guess I'm leaning more toward where you're going, Alex, which the movement to much larger classes, to much more use of technology to spread things, and rather than trying to go back to the in-person sort of thing.
I guess my argument is, and I don't argue that everything should be a large class. I think that there are times when you need to have classes of 6 or 8, or you have to have one-on-one talks and so on and so forth. And I think that that's all a valid thing, but we can do a lot of that online as well. The interesting thing about the big thing with large classes is that everyone thinks that their question is unique. And I can tell you, as someone who teaches large classes, that they're not, and so, so that when you get into that 200, 300, 400 people, what you're doing is you're answering that question for a lot of people all at one time. And then you're able to actually spend more time in the smaller classes dealing with actually unique questions and actually unique problems. But you want to get in the larger kind of plenary stage of a class, you want to get through that, in my opinion, with almost as many people as you can get in there, because you can cover an enormous amount of ground. And people, again, the biggest problem we have when we get into classes with more than 1,000 people, so when we get into 1 to 2 to 3,000 people, is not that we get too many questions. It's that we get too many of the same questions that we have to group together and then decide which question is the one that we're going to ask. It's not, because they're really, the diversity is not nearly what you would think it would be. It is, you know, a lot of times there'll be 1,000 people, there'll be 600 questions, and there's really like 40. You know, like there's like 40 questions that are coming out there. And so a lot of the stuff to figure out is how you group those together. And it's another piece of things that I'm playing with, but how you group those together and then prioritize the one that you're going to ask. And there's a lot, you know, Google does a lot of work on this, and Amazon and Facebook, they're working on that. But the point is that you can get to a lot of that very fast. And more importantly, you can spend a lot more money per class. And I think that people don't get, like, when you scale this up, the reason that actors barely made any money a century ago, you know, they were if someone told you, if someone came home and said they were marrying an actor, their parents would be like, oh, well, there you go. You know, like, you know, like 100 years ago or 150 years ago, they'd be like, well, they're going to live in shambles and everything else. The reason that actors get paid so much, and the reason that sports figures get paid so much, is because of the multiplier of people watching it. And so the thing is that if we increase that multiplier of people watching a class or being part of that class and paying for that class, we can spend a lot more money on that person, the staff that's around it, the hardware that's around it. All of those things can have huge infrastructure. So rather than 40,000 physics teachers trying to teach, draw and constantly complain about the fact, validly, that they don't have the resources to really teach their class, if there were less of them, they would have a lot more capacity to, you know, they could have it look like Star Wars all the time, you know? And so the thing is that I'm not saying anyone, you know, again, just through people retiring and not picking up new ones on the inside, it doesn't have to be anything dramatic. You end up with a multiplier that starts to make more sense when it comes to putting more production value into it. And I think that that's what we can't put that kind of effort into every single classroom, because the multiplier is too small, you know. And so as you increase that multiplier, you're able to put way more work. You could have something like Connections, or At the Quality of Good Eats, or all those other things for every class, if you had the proper multiplier to pay for it. Go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, I was in Blix the other day, and they have a Bob Ross paint kit, $95. He's been off the air how long? And people are still buying that kit. So back to Blair's thing, it's how to be an educator, truly.
But,
I think,
and again, I think
there's
that
something great.
This for the great teachers, the future that I'm talking about, if it happens, is the best thing ever, because they can get paid a lot more money to do, you know, and given a lot more resources and everything else for the, you know, and that's the thing that, you know, if you can get yourself to that front edge when that wave, you know, curls, it could be good if it happens. I will say, to your point though, Bruce, that I think it's much more challenging under 8 and really under 10. You know, for kids under 8 and 10, I don't know how well online works. Like, just flat out, I don't even know if kids under 8 or 10 should be connected to the internet. Like, I'm just, you know, it's just such a pile of pus, you know. And so, you know, my kids have a very heavily rationed connection to the internet that lives almost just around their classes, you know, and they do much better. I was watching things get just veering and just was like, nope. And it all kind of corrected itself pretty quickly. That, I think, one of my biggest concerns with kids, everyone going online, is actually less about the classes and more about kids having just constant access to the internet, because it is so dangerous. Like, you know, mentally for kids, it is not okay. And you just need to know, like, having your kids just connected to it all the time is really not a good thing. Chris?
Bruce's original question was about how is teaching different or inherently better or worse depending on the medium. And I'd like to change that a little bit to asking, how is learning different in these two familiar contexts? I think it is going to be tough for teachers to go back or to not go back, or it's tough right now. Everybody feels like a first-year teacher all over again. because everything is different than what they got good at last year or 10 years ago. But the real question is about learning. What does it enable and what does it limit?
Right. Yeah. Roscoe and Ken?
Yeah, a really interesting book, the MIT Media Lab, which is probably 12, 15 years old, but it talks about broadcatching versus broadcasting. We're out of broadcasting. Now people broadcatch. They search on their own. They find their content. They find the niblets. They're not always looking for long lectures. They're looking for little, how do I fix this, part on my washing machine or something like that, and they can find it. And it's really, people are just getting very good at finding knowledge where they want, when they want.
Yep. Okay.
One of the cool features about this is there's distraction going on in the chat room, but it's distraction that's related to what we're doing. And so rather than in a normal classroom where people are off on you're talking about X and they're off on Y, we're all talking about X, but from different ways, and we're being distracted by the content of what is actually happening. So that's kind of cool. You've hacked the system there.
The reason that the desktop, I know some people complain about the desktop having so much stuff going on around the video. It's because we found that you can complain about it, but it dramatically increases the average view time by a lot. Like not by a little, but dramatically increases the view time, is because when all that stuff's moving, what happens is when we're a little slow, I can actually see when we're a little slow, the chat speeds up, and then there's more questions, and then there's more, and things people have something to do the whole time. It helps to start to saturate that, that process. And I'm only going to add more, but I'm not going to add any bubbles because I hate bubbles. Facebook has all these little bubbles that go across the bottom, and they make me very uncomfortable. John, you'll find that I'm actually horribly neurotic, if you haven't noticed already. And so there's all kinds of weird things that make me very upset. Go ahead, John.
Earlier today, you were talking about liking small concerts and not really enjoying the big concerts. So it's sort of an interesting, the big classes are sort of like that. I think some people like small, intimate classes, and it's different than a big class. So I think one size doesn't fit all, but how do you connect your wanting to be in a small, intimate concert versus a large concert as it relates to a very large class?
I think it's a good
small one.
That's a great point, and I think that, and I think some people will like it. I think that the main thing is that if I could have a great class, I would love to be in a class to get back to I would love to be in a class of 50,000 with James Burke. We're all asking questions and we're all able to, or Alton Brown, and those types of things. The key is to figure out a way to manage all the interaction. It's where does it get to a certain size? And I do think there are some limits there, but where does it get to a size where you don't feel like there's any chance that you're going to get to interact or be part of it? And finding those interaction tools, I think, are the key so that you feel like you can contribute to that system effectively. And I think that's what, but I'm not saying that right now 50,000 would make sense, but I think at 1,000 or 2,000, you can cover a lot of ground. And again, you can also scale it as we talk about it into different things. So for instance, it'd be great to get on for some science classes, there's like a national class on Mondays. And this is the kind of stuff that we could never do when we weren't online, but you could have Neil deGrasse Tyson do a 1 hour a week for all schools. Like they could all just sign in and have him talk about something that then they're going to have all their classes that are going to talk about that subject to some degree in smaller groups. But you could have Michio Kaku talk about physics or someone else talk, different people talk and be broadcasted across the entire country, where everybody gets that moment with someone that you would normally not, and they're interacting and they're, so on and so forth. And then it gets followed up by their smaller classes as well. So, and we just get a unique opportunity to have that. And all they have to do is come in from their house. They don't have to go to a big studio or do anything else. Ash asks, any suggestions on the best way for recording voiceovers with PowerPoint and creating a video? I know how to do that in Keynote. I don't know how to do that in PowerPoint. Does PowerPoint have that? It doesn't have the record option where you can just kind of go through the slides. Go ahead, Beju.
Yeah, it does, but it doesn't export properly on Mac. If you're on Windows, it does export a video file with the voiceover, like it does with Keynote. But the other option is like if you're on a Mac, you can basically export the video out of Keynote or PPT or a PPT and then do the voiceover in iMovie. It makes it a lot easier rather than trying to do it all in Keynote.
Yeah, I do the Keynote ones all the time. So I love building my slide deck in Keynote and then just go through it and just let it record. And then it exports a very efficient QuickTime movie out to make that work. It's really useful. Go ahead, John, and then Guy.
This sort of follows on to that question about editing. I put the link in the chat, but there's a beta program called Grain, and Grain lets you take your Zoom recording and then take the transcript and you edit the transcript, and that edits the video. So it's some interesting ways of editing things, whether it's PowerPoint or whatever presentation you do, but the fact that you can cut and paste in a Word document basically and turn it into a video edit.
In Final Cut, we have Simon Says does that, where you can export it out, have it come back in, and it'll cut it for you. I mean, like you can just take it and do an assembly with it by just cutting out the text. Go ahead, Guy.
Yeah, just to force myself to do the free solution, I just tried recording in Zoom with a Keynote slide deck or PowerPoint, and it looked good. The file sizes were really lightweight, so I thought it was going to look like garbage, but it actually looked pretty clean. And then I edited it in the free Olive editor, and I took out some of the uhs and ums, and then I uploaded it into the Discord.
So you did a screen share of.
Actually, no, I was using the beta. There's like a PowerPoint, that thing that John was doing the other day, where you can put yourself small, and so I tried that. Yeah, no, I was just using the
virtual background in Zoom.
Virtual background.
Oh, virtual background.
Or
okay.
You could do Keynote or PowerPoint with no transitions.
I did wind up using my switcher now that I think about it to bring in some stuff. So, but anyways, the point being that you can do it for free with Zoom, and it is pretty good quality. And then Olive is that editor it's actually pretty robust for free. So two things.
That's great. Jason asks, we recently added a Padcaster Studio to the portable distance learning kit. Anyone else have one of these? Advice for making the most of the setup? Anyone have the Padcaster? Oh, we got stumped. Sorry about that, Jason.
Is that Podcaster?
I think it's Padcaster. I think it's an iPad broadcasting system. I've seen it at like NAB. I've just not used it. I don't have any tips. Tim McCain asks, what are some recommended platforms for record and post screencast videos that don't require editing and file management? I'm thinking of things like Loom, Screencastify, etc. Are there any others I should look into? One thing to know is that if you record to the cloud with Zoom, you can get a link that you can just share. I mean, just to know that you can do that without having to do anything else. You can just send somebody a link, and as long as you can keep it there, you don't run out of space, which you can run out pretty quickly. That's an issue. Go ahead, Kent.
Yeah, Screencast-O-Matic is one that I've had more success with than anything else. There's a free version, but then the paid version has some really cool editing features in it. Screencast-O-Matic.
And Colin?
ScreenFlow, not cheap, but quite robust.
Right. Yeah, I think it's probably like just not having to do it online and not have to manage it at all. But I'm not sure exactly.
It could be, but
yeah, but yeah. Michael Vosbein. Thank you, Michael, for the pronunciation. If anyone who wants to do that, that's fantastic. Should we re-examine class size? Do you expect online learning to require fewer teachers? I think we have hit that one a couple times. I do think that both of those things are probably going to happen. Laura Thompson said, do you think that in this virtual world, that learning skills for students are different from the conventional classroom? Does anyone have any? Go ahead, Chris.
I think the learning skills are the same, but they're applied in different degrees. It's going to make some students who are quiet and apparently non-participants in a live class turn out to be thoughtful people who can participate if they're not embarrassed by having to stand up and speak in front of a group at first, for example.
Growing up, I was much more, online, I find that I'm much more actually I know it's hard to believe that I'd be more participatory, but I'm much more participatory in a group via text. And and also harsher. I know that'd be hard to believe too, but I can be much harsher on in text than, than in person. Cyprian and then Bruce.
Yeah, it feels like I think the skills are vastly different, and I think that finding ways to coach students up on what skills you need to succeed will be kind of tricky. I support profs. I don't really support students at all, and so I feel siloed in terms of the people that I can have access to. But I mean, a couple of things would be taking more ownership of how to form groups, how to find mentors, just to start. But it strikes me there's a lot to learn here.
And the one thing I'd say about that is I think that the skills are changing. A lot of times we say, well, we can't do this anymore because kids aren't used to it. The thing is that there's just a different set of kids that are advantaged and a different set of kids that are disadvantaged. It's the rules have changed on who is advantaged and who is disadvantaged, but it doesn't mean that there's more that are disadvantaged. I don't think we know that yet than were before. Anyway, so go ahead, Bruce.
This may sound a little cynical, but I remember back when I was going through school, I distinguished very strongly between getting grades and learning. And one of the things that online seems to me will change is the way you learn to psych out the teacher. And in the in-person classes, there were some skills you developed to do that. And I think those skills would have to be quite different. But the learning process itself, I think it's more individualized, and with all the opportunities and all of the technology that's available, I think there's going to be a great buildup in learning, but it may not be that the classroom interaction that leads to grades is going to stay the same.
Yeah, and I think that sampling, we have an ability to sample students' interaction at a level that we've never had before, and we can decide where there's a bunch of privacy issues there. But I think that understanding how they played the video, how often they played it, whether they rewound, how they interact with the materials, how they play certain games, how they in their speed at which they do that. There is a possibility of having an enormously a 20/20 picture of a lot of students really in a way that we could never get in the classroom. That they were sitting in the back and you never know that they had it all figured out. You never knew it, you never knew that they were in trouble, that you never knew that they, and that in a lot of ways, big data could make a huge difference in this area. And it's not so much, the big thing is that for most education, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, is for the high performance students that are learning really fast within that system, mostly it's feed them materials and stay out of their way. And it's for that class. It's rarely, I was horrible in English. I don't care about English. So but I was high performance in physics. And so the thing is that, but all you had to do is just give me the information that I need and stop talking to me in one area. And in the other area, I was horrible, and so the main thing is that the opportunity for big data is to find the students that are having trouble and focus support for them. When I talk about making these classes bigger, what I'm looking for is how do we make these classes much larger so that the folks that are middle to upper are just taken care of in that class, and they're getting what they need all the time. They're getting it quickly. They're getting it easily, so that we can spend more resources on the folks that are falling behind. We can go back and work on that, because right now, education, in my opinion, is too much or too little jam spread over too much bread. It's just everybody's stretched out all the time, and they can't help anyone falling behind because they can barely keep up with the class. Laura?
Yes. But one of the other things that I was thinking about, particularly in the higher ed sphere, is time management. Some of our students come out of high school not knowing their time management. Is that going to change in this virtual world? Synchronous versus asynchronous, hybrids. How do we support students in that? My role is very much a supportive role to the professors. And where do I need to be focusing and starting to analyze my students?
Yeah, I don't know if the tools are there right now. I think that's the problem. Go ahead, Colin.
And speaking as a student, and I guess I'm always a student, but as a former student, I always find, I can't believe I find myself agreeing with Alex again, but I always found myself relatively
It happens
self-motivated.
once a month.
That happens occasionally, but I always found myself relatively self-motivated. And it strikes me that self-motivated students are going to find online education quite convenient and quite a bit less frustrating than the classroom experience. Whereas those students that you had to drag along in a classroom are going to find this significantly more difficult than the classroom experience.
But
I guess sort of stands to reason, but you know.
But I think the thing is that if you have enough sample, if you have a high enough sample rate, again, we talked about this last week, is what I think is important is that everything you do in the class matters, but nothing matters a lot, you know, and this idea, where kids get caught up is they don't get a test that they put this term paper or this test that's the one big thing they don't do well on, and now they fail the class or they get a B or a C, whereas every interaction that they have with the class at every moment should be an indicator to where they're going, and it should give us ideas of whether they're being active in the class, whether they're, you know, doing all these other things. And so the idea is that, I mean, we play around with these polls, but what if we were polling students all the time, not even referring back to them, but like, who did this? Like, we get to the end of it and you get this poll, and students either respond or they don't. And if we had all of that all the time, we can see very quickly when a student is starting to wilt, you know, like in that area. And so in some ways we're managing that. And we could see it much earlier than what we can see with a term paper or a final, you know.
Well, there were discussions of things like eye tracking, you know, for telecommuting employees back in the early 2000s. It never materialized, but it might be interesting in the educational sphere. But again, it isn't going to materialize out of nothing. It requires a lot of infrastructure to make that sort of thing happen.
Well, I don't think you need it for every student either. I think that would be, I mean, I think that would be very overwhelming. I wouldn't allow that to happen to my kids. But what teachers should do is use eye tracking in general. You know, when we used it we had some friends that had used it for a business to manage websites, and then we experimented with it in the late, you know, 2008, 2009, 2010. And it was just eye-opening. That's why when I talk about like my obsession against slides, my obsession against other things like that, it's because we did the data, and the data is just brutal. Like it is just brass knuckle against everything that you think works in your presentations, because you cannot, you know, on an online forum, put up a slide and you've got 30 to 60 seconds before everyone starts dropping off. They didn't leave, so you're not measuring that. You're measuring, oh, they're still there, but they're all looking at something else, you know, and doing something else. And that's it's a devastating, you know, it's a devastating thing to do to yourself, is to have eye tracking on people who are watching your content. John?
The one other thing I wanted to mention, sorry, John, Google Analytics does an excellent job of providing heat maps for focus on web pages. So to the extent that you can put your content up online, you can track attention to detail and attention to key elements of the content that way. I don't know how many I assume there must be some, you know, online education platforms that leverage that sort of thing,
Zoom,
but I don't know.
Zoom does focus.
Zoom does
if you turn it on, I turn it off. I think I have it off, but you can turn focus on in Zoom.
Sorry, John.
No name here. Oh, good. You were gonna say something, John?
John was gonna say.
I was going to say, not to be a downer, but Sir Ken Robbins, one of the most watched TED Talks on education, passed away yesterday.
Did he really?
Yeah, they just announced it. So if you have not watched his YouTube talk, this would be a time to do it.
And would you? Okay. Yeah. All right. He's brilliant. So definitely worth watching the YouTube. It's this is, and what's interesting is the time. It's ironic that it would happen now. The time to do everything that he's been talking about is right now.
It's going to be a major loss. He really was a thought leader around creativity and education.
Yeah. Incredible. I mean, a lot of my thinking was either justified or brought up or created by a lot of what he's been talking about. So, best software workflow for storyboarding. So for me, I use Keynote. So I know I use Keynote a lot, but I use Keynote a lot because I can draw on my iPad, and I just create a whole bunch of pages and draw on them as I go. Go ahead, Roscoe.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I've probably downloaded 15 different software packages, and hand drawing is the best. Just getting someone, you don't even have to be good yourself, just getting a piece of paper, drawing it. And then the other thing is going out and taking pictures of things with your iPhone.
Yep. But I sketch when I'm storyboarding. I bought a lot of storyboarding software, to your point, and I just ended up just using Keynote, create a bunch of slides and draw out what I want. And it was easy. And again, I don't use paper because I lose it. But that's been just as easy as anything else. Go ahead, Tony.
I just wanted to get some clarification. So when we say iPad, are we only referring to the iPad Pro? Because I wasn't sure.
It's quite possible. I mean, I think a lot of times, a lot of us think of iPads as something you can use your pencil with. I don't think it's just the Pro ones. I think that the newer, it's a newer iPad. The 300 and some dollar ones will have pencils now as well. So it's pretty much any modern iPad that has a pen that you can get a pencil for is what we're referring to. So it doesn't have to be a Pro. And it's just brilliant. You know, as far as being able to draw on that and be able to walk, I walk outside all the time and just have just brainstorm, and it's just super freeing for me anyway. Greg Gibson says, for virtual only type events with no live camera, remote participants only, what type of line items should I be breaking out in an invoice and itemized billing the client besides just time? So what I will say about that, I think that might have been from an earlier, that got in, post that tomorrow. That's not really an education one. So we'll, that one got in a little later than the our general discussion. So I'm going to go ahead and call that answered, but bring it back up in another day. Just not an education question. Kate Gallagher said, I'm looking for engaging ideas for K-5 designated English language development online to increase the fun and decrease the shyness about speaking in a new language with classmates that students aren't able to meet in person. Emily. I wasn't even looking. I didn't even look up. I was just like, Emily, answer this question for us.
Yeah, K5, that's me. K12. So Flipgrid is really good for ELLs, which are the English language learner classes, because it does let them practice in kind of a safe environment in the sense of the teacher can post a question, the student can respond, re-record themselves until they're ready to share it. So it's not a one and done kind of thing. And there's emojis that are fun that they can add to it. Spark by Adobe lets them create short little videos. I have a whole page of resources for virtual manipulatives and what you can use with ELs for synchronous and asynchronous virtual learning, which I'll throw up in the Discord. That's
great. Thank you. Tanya asks, at what point is a discussion group too big? I've been told a Zoom meeting with more than 9 people is too big for a lot of engagement. Is it just a matter of keeping order to make it work? Does a seminar work with 200 people? Can they discuss? Go ahead, Paul.
Okay. I think the perfect Zoom meeting is a multiple of 5 by 5 because you've got a screen and you don't go to a second screen. And it always seems to work out here where you've got a perfect screen. I don't know how that is that the perfect number of people always show up.
I'm very fortunate. I think that the thing is that from a stability perspective, the fact that our group is the size that it is what makes it work. Is that there is a relatively good chance that at least 15 or 20 people are going to be in the panel, and sometimes it's as much as 40 or 50. And so that range seems to work to make sure that we can answer most questions effectively. And then I also, the problem when you get into managing for small groups, unless you're really sure they're all going to show up, it's very easy to get to a very small number that doesn't work. And so I think that part of it is that this group expands and contracts per day, and it works because there's enough of a pool. So I think that works. I prefer, I've stated before, I prefer to have these kinds of discussions with 150 people or more. At least for most of it, just because I find that the number of questions and the velocity of the conversation at a certain speed. But I like smaller ones as well. It's just that if I'm actually trying to cover ground, we definitely have lots of meetings with 10 people that are useful. As it gets larger,
25 is like the magic number.
The key is really etiquette. We have really good etiquette in this group, and it's the etiquette that makes this go up to, it'll have 40, 45 people, and it still feels like something that you can manage, because everybody here, when they're watching as an attendee, they're kind of learning the etiquette of what we're doing. When they come in, they kind of, usually people aren't super communicative when they first come into the panel. They're just in the panel, and they slowly kind of learn the language that we've developed here, and then it keeps that going. It's just hard to reset that over and over again, which we find challenging in other Zooms. It's because this one is has a certain culture to it that we don't see in a lot of other places. Charles Hodge said, automotive dealership classroom training has been closed since the pandemic started. Are there any solutions to enable this type of hands-on training through a remote classroom? I don't know how to do the hands-on part without an automobile, but I will say that we've done some stuff where we're live streaming around technical things like this, and it's just a matter of having quite a few cameras, or at least a handheld camera, someone that's going to help you with a handheld camera that can get in there close and let you show off what's there, or fixed cameras where you're going to talk about a carburetor and that's what you're going to get to, or a couple of them that are fixed there. You can do it by yourself or with one other person, but you need to either know where you're going or you need a handheld to make that work. Emily?
Yeah, we bought the GoPro Hero 7s for our career in tech building. So the people who teach automotive welding, construction, things like that. And they've been making mini lessons. It's great until they have to edit those videos. And then that becomes very time consuming for them, putting those shots together, re-recording the, voiceover and stuff like that. So if anyone comes up with a better idea, please let me know.
Roscoe?
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit. There is a DVD that was made about engine rebuilding that was just phenomenal. It had links going to every which way. It was the most complicated DVD mapping I've ever seen. Now,
That's
materials like...
Brent By.
Oh, Brent By. Materials like that, I think, if we could find a way to play them back on a modern system, are invaluable, because give that to a student and then let them ask questions.
Yeah, it's Box Wrench. Box Wrench... the box wrench videos.
Yep.
Brent By just loves, he's an incredible DP, and he also loves cars, and he did this whole auto rebuilding on a DVD and made DVDs do something that they weren't built to do. And maybe we'll try to get him to come in and talk about that process. Brent's an old friend of mine. I've worked on hundreds of events with Brent, and we met because we were both speaking at MGLA down in LA. The two of us were both speakers, I don't know, almost 20 years ago, and we've been friends ever since. And it's one of the best. It's still one of the best education examples I've ever seen. Just choose your own adventure on how to rebuild an engine at your speed, and it's just brilliantly made. And again, really hard. So that's what makes it difficult to reproduce. Beju and then Guy.
Yeah, one of my phases has gone out, so I might have to go and restart it. So can I hand host to somebody? I might drop out otherwise.
Who wants to take on the last little bit? We've only got 3 questions. Just put it on the grid. We're just going to finish up in the next couple minutes. Just go ahead and drop it to grid, or you can go ahead and make me host. Make me host.
I'll do that.
And we're just going to go to grid for now. So that's what. Look for Box Wrench, and thank you, Beju. Beju, thank you for picking up the flag and running it for us. We appreciate it. You're off. What time is it there?
It's about almost midnight. I'll be back here. I just need to go down to switch, restart, reflip the fridge, because there's a slight problem with the switch. So I need to go and shut it down and start it up again. So it might drop the connection. That was a concern.
All right. Thank you. All right. But yeah, look for Box Wrench is a great way to show that it's just really hard to build. Otherwise, I would be thinking about discussions with folks. Yeah, and Roscoe put the link. It's really good if you have a DVD player that can actually take advantage of it. It's worth just buy it as a inspiration for what what really good education could be, because it's just stunning. I'll talk to Brent about coming on. I'm sure he'll jump on. He keeps on talking about coming on. He's just not a really morning person. So I don't think he's just been like, oh.
Bring him to the education hour.
Yeah, no, we'll bring him in to talk about it. Craig Hibbert said, when using the Wacom tablet for whiteboard, what programs are you using? I admit that I know I'm getting a lot of requests about it, and I'll figure out how to publish it. I have my own app that I made for the iPad, for the Wacom tablet, that just because it doesn't have it, actually, it's not that it has more tools than everyone else, it actually has less. So it's just it's all it does is whiteboard. That and Keynote are the only two that I use. The Wacom tablet, that's all I use, and then the Keynote is Keynote for the iPad. Last question here from Chris Clark. A classic progressive education approach has been use the neighborhood as the curriculum. How might this be applied to education? Can you explain that a little bit, Chris, for everyone?
Sure. My thought is, all of a sudden, millions of school children are stuck in their neighborhood. Right. That's where they are. Now, they're not gathered together inside the fenced off walls of the school. So how can we make a virtue of that? It doesn't need to be literally the neighborhood, it can be the home, but I imagine there are ways to encourage the kids to be more actively participatory by showing and getting and looking at the familiar surround with new eyes from the point of view of history, or the point of view of language, or the point of view of mathematics or science. I mean, there are a billion things to count in the kitchen for young kids. Let's use the place they are as part of the curriculum.
Yeah, absolutely. John, and then Paul.
I'm going to recommend, I'll put it in this chat, but it's PORTS, which is the Parks Online Resources for Students and Teachers. And the interpreters are having students who are visiting their park remotely then try to do remote field trips around their house, around their neighborhood, trying to teach the same concepts and values that they do in the PORTS workshop. And that's been very successful. You know, essentially you have a state park, but the whole country's a park. Of course, in California right now, most of the state's on fire, but the state parks have been very useful in doing at-home spaces. The park ranger program in the summer, where they normally have campouts in a park, they had people doing campouts in their backyards and their living rooms. So I think, Chris, this is an area where there's a lot of fun things should be happening.
Yeah, I learned most of my knowledge of chemistry at home. so anyway, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I live in a condo in Austin overlooking the Bob Bullock, Texas History Museum, and they have this beautiful plaza. And I think they could designate urban spaces where children, students could come together socially distanced and have screens and multimedia and have organized learning and events, you know, for the community. There's definitely an opening for that right now.
One of the things that we were brainstorming a little earlier about that we wanted to do that we haven't done yet, which is, there's a woman in Marin, and I don't know her name. My wife goes on hikes with her, and she's at the Marin in a college here, and the Marin Community College, and she's booked for 6 weeks in advance to go on these hikes, you know, and talk about all the foliage and fauna and everything else that's there. And everyone just you know, it's only open to 30 people at a time, and it's booked. As soon as it opens, it's like minutes later, it's closed. And I was like, we should be streaming her if she's that good. You know, like we should just walk around with a live view and follow along behind her and have her show. Because what happened is that my wife completely now sees all the things around our house completely differently because of all the things that were identified, you know, and she suddenly understands that this is what this bird is, and this is what that is, and this is why they do that, and this is what these flowers are, and this is what this does, and everything else in creating that. And I think that there's some really great opportunities for both, to get to your point, Chris, is to stream things where there's a big discussion, maybe with thousands, from a state park, John, and do Q&A and all those other bits. And we did that with National Geographic, I think I talked about before, where we had a photographer out there and people could ask questions while he was out there, and he could draw on his question take pictures and draw on them and all kinds of other stuff, and have this interactive experience, and then send them out into their backyard, and have them come back with things that they found, and try to identify what those things interesting, and hopefully not bring back any snakes. Well, not big snakes anyway, into the house. No snakes in the house is that was a rule actually when I was growing up, was that you could bring the snakes to the porch, but you can't bring them to the house or near the door. That was the big rule in the house. Bruce?
I hate to be the one that throws cold water on this idea. It's a terrific idea, and it's a terrific way of thinking about learning, but it leaves out the question of schooling. The big difference is, how do you translate something like that kind of experience, that kind of learning, into the gaining of credits, going through the process of being graded, and all of the kinds of things that right now the pandemic has interfered with. And that's the system of schooling, which is still there.
Go ahead, John.
There'll be revolutions. I don't think it's going to be easy, but we're now providing badges. So we're doing badging. It's sort of an acknowledgement of what was learned. So, I think there may be alternative assessment methods and scheduling, but yeah, how to connect this to what we're doing to the schooling system is going to be a challenge.
And again, I think that the thing is that there's a couple things there, a couple things to unpack there. It's really good question, Bruce. Is that we need to figure out that how to be beyond tests. Like how do we get beyond tests where we're finding a way to measure interaction and measure progress, but it doesn't have to be the test that we fill out and the things, but how do we measure that ongoingly? And because we're not really interested in knowing whether someone got an A. We just need to know whether they're progressing. We need to know where they are. We need to assess that they need more help to get to where they need to go or not, and get back to it should be as low impact. My goal is that as I think through this kind of stuff, is that learning experience should be for the kids should be as low impact and low stress as possible. The measurement should be. All the things around it, there's stress when you learn. that's just how you learn. You don't get stronger by relaxing. You get stronger by pushing up against things. So there should be, but I don't think the measurement should be the stress, of what's going on there. And, when I feel like as a teacher, when I'm teaching, when I'm doing my best, people just learn by accident, like they don't, it doesn't feel like we did anything, like it just, like we're having this conversation that we've had for 150 sometimes, and people keep seeming to come back and they seem to learn things while they're here, but there's not any assessment. I haven't done any tests, and so we do have to figure out where people are as far as their process. And I do think that their certification in specific things is important, because we do, when it comes to hiring people, we want to know what their skill set is, so that we do have to figure out what that looks like. Go ahead, Chris.
My adult children don't remember any of the chemistry that they studied in schooling, although they did well in terms of grades, but they do remember some of Alex's demonstrations of
chemistry,
the effects of various numbers of grains of gunpowder.
I didn't bring that up. I didn't want to talk about how I was
with a bang.
I was a very precocious child that lived in the middle of nowhere. That's what you do. And I learned quickly. So anyway, that's all I'm going to say about that. And I haven't done anything since I was 18, because, when you're under 18 and you're blowing stuff up, you're precocious. And when you're over 18, you're a felon. So anyway, so anyway, it was a different life. Anyway, thank you. With that, I'm gonna end this with a bang, and let you all go back to your thing. Go ahead, John. One more last little thing, and then
I just wanted to thank you for your talking about going to B&H. My wife was here, and she couldn't understand how the first thing I wanted to do when I went to New York was to go to the B&H, and so now she thinks there's two crazy people in the world. But I have to say, the office hour has changed that. My quest now, after the pandemic, is to have a face-to-face at Guy's shop.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when the pandemic ends, there's a party at Guy's that's coming. You're ready for that, Guy? You're ready for us to all make a?
Come on down. There's 19,000 square feet. I think I could fit you guys.
What?
Yeah, it's huge.
When are we getting a tour? All right.
Yeah, we can do it.
Okay. We'll work on that. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. It is really my honor to have this conversation with all of you. This is the thing that I'm most interested in, even though when I was in school, I hated it the most. I just love learning and didn't like school, I will admit. But I love learning. I love teaching. And so I do everything else so that I get to do having this conversation. So thank you so much for coming. And please, if you're an educator and you have other people you think might be interested, let them know. And we'd love to have them. And we'd love to have more of this conversation. We're going to keep on doing this as long as people keep on showing up and asking questions. And then we'll keep on figuring out how to put the old stuff that we had in Saturday morning back somewhere. But I think that we're going to do more and more of this. So anyway, thank you very much. Have a great weekend for some of you. And otherwise, I'll see the rest of you tomorrow. Anyway, take care. All right. Bye-bye.